to be alive. Mine. Dip, dip, dibbity-doo-doo. Dibbity-doo-doo. Dip, dip, dibbity-doo-doo. Dip, dip, dibbity-doo-doo. Dip, dip, doobity-doo-doo. Dip, dip, doobity-doo-doo. Breathe with me. In through the nose. Invite it in. Hold it for a moment. Appreciate that fullness. Go ahead and top it off a little bit. Then slowly let it go.
And to impress him, takes on its multi-armed form and says, "Yo."
I can't pin messages still, so it's not my computer. It might be the browser. I don't know. I may need to clear the browser cache. Who fucking knows? Turning my computer off didn't do the trick, so I'm like, okay, so it's something I gotta do. Oh, forgot my monitor was moved up. Turn my light up a little bit. It's a little dark in here. It's cloudy outside. It's raining today. It's a little dark in here. Oh, hello. Welcome back, everybody. It's Tuesday. That means it's the start of a new week here. We start our weeks on Tuesday because we hate Mondays. Emily, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you for the 8 months. Oh, now that you're here, could you pin the question box link for me? It still won't let me pin messages. It still won't let me pin messages. It's making me make my moderators actually do things. Perfect. Thank you. I don't know why it won't let me do it. It wouldn't let Casey do it either on her computer. Oh, that was weird. Thank you, thank you. All right, everybody. Well, have you seen the title of the stream? Did you look down there? Did you take a look down there? Probably like right over here somewhere, probably. If you're watching me on a computer, if you're watching me on mobile, it's probably just right in here somewhere. We cooked up something special. You ever cook something up and you're just like, oh yeah, this is gonna hit. This is special. Well, here you go. The loneliness presentation which was promised. Surprised I hadn't done one already. Kinda glad I waited to do it now. I even tried to make it look better. You know, I did more, I'm always working on my styling. Also, some of the AI generated images, they go like unnecessarily hard with this one. Like some of these, I should show you some of these. Hold on, let me show you. I use an AI image generator to make the pictures that I put into the slideshows. Because sometimes it's hard to find fun stock photos, and this is just my way of giving you something to look at. People like it when there's a picture on the slide. But let me show you the pictures that it cooked up for today. Like, some of these go really hard. Like, look at this. Like, damn, okay. Alright. I keep the prompt super simple. I just say psychological art that depicts the concept of blank, and then I put in whatever the topic is that day. And then I see what it cooks up for me. If you've ever taken a psychology course and you've gone through like a psychology textbook, they've got these types of pictures in there sometimes. They're pretty cool. Anyway. Some of these go pretty hard with the loneliness one. Look at this. Ooh. Okay. Look at this one. This one's got the Vincent van Gogh going on. Also, this one's got... Hold on, can I need to like... I look at just the image because I want to zoom in. So it's got this like who's this little guy? Like what's going on over here? Like, hello, who is that? Excuse me, sir. What are you doing here? Oh, no, I thought this one was pretty sick. And then this one. Yeah, it's always interesting the stuff that an AI will spit out when you tell it to give you a psychological image. Like we talked about gambling addiction. I didn't use all of these because I don't always use all of them. Some of them could be kind of creepy. Like look at this one. Anyway. Anyway, that's what we got cooked up for you. This is AI art. I'm intentionally using the term AI image generation because people don't like it when you call it art. I found that people are more okay with it when you refer to it as image generation. You know, people are worried about AI putting people out of jobs. And for right now, you probably should be. Because in the short term, it's definitely gonna suck for people who get replaced by a machine. It's definitely gonna suck. But I feel like ultimately we want it to replace many jobs. So it's gonna continue to, you know, this has been happening, you know, since the Industrial Revolution was when it really took off, you know? You don't need 100 people with shovels digging a hole if you've got a big machine that can dig a hole. I think it'll open the way to things like universal basic income and just people having more free time to practice hobbies and other stuff in general. So that'll be fun. As long as they use that extra production power to our benefit, you know? But what capitalism has shown us is that they like to take the extra production power and just turn it into more money. They're trying to get people to go back to a 60-hour work week. You hear this? Some guy at Google or something was like, oh yeah, 60-hour work week, that's the optimum. I'm like, eat shit, bud. Alrighty. I've got some questions here in the box, so I'm going to get to those here in just a sec. Everybody say hi to... Everybody say hi. Hi. Hi, gay. Nice to meet you. It's not really a question, though. Alright, we had some questions that got dropped in a few days ago. On the off hours. So these are some off hours questions. So I don't know if the people who dropped them in will be here or not, but we're going to take them anyway. People who don't take walks, with or without their dogs, is it abuse of one or two types? I'm just gonna be completely honest, I'm not exactly sure what we're trying to ask here. I think taking walks is important, or at least just spending time outside, you know, being active. It's good for you. So let's just leave it at that. Was this put through a translator? Probably. This sounds like it was put through a translator. And the translator just... I don't know. I don't think that not taking walks is abuse. Oh, hey, Cody. How's it going? I'm gonna text you. You have the same number? Yes, sir. Take more walks, I guess. Yeah, that's just take some time to have the sun shine on you. If you don't walk your dog, that would be abuse. For like bigger dogs that definitely need to get outside and need exercise, yeah, definitely. I feel like it's bad pet ownership to have a giant dog and then keep it in like a tiny apartment and then never take it outside. I think that's really messed up. I could see like really tiny dogs, it not being that big of an issue. If you have just like a little dog and he just, they're just, like, take them outside, of course, because it's the fun of having a dog, you know? Some dogs definitely need like exercise, otherwise they get really restless, really anxious, and then they get really destructive and they start chewing on stuff or tearing things up or, compulsively like chewing on themselves even. It's bad for them, so I encourage responsible pet ownership. Understand the demands that come with the type of dog that you have. Why do people who have no idea what wealth is fight with their less fortunate coworkers who are half their age? Well, because this is the type of people who fall into the category of temporarily embarrassed millionaire. Like they in their mind, they know just one of these days I'm gonna break it big. One of these days all my hard work's gonna pay off. I'm gonna, have everything I ever wanted. I'm gonna have the house, the car, the money, the money, all that stuff. They bought into the con. They have essentially been scammed, and this is their way of coping with falling for a scam. Is by blaming people who are like, hey, excuse me, don't you realize that the actual problem is this? And then they're like, no. I don't want to hear any of that. They're delusional. Yes. Yeah. I got you. Where are you going? Oh, okay, have fun. A lot of these people who do this, they were sold on this idea that, like, the American dream is real, and if you just work hard enough, you can make it to the top. But in reality, that hasn't been true ever. Just look at who actually does make it to the top, and what you're going to see is case after case after case of opportunistic nepotism. It's just, the people who are in charge and who have most of the money have had most of the money and most of the power for quite some time now. So they're all in a club and we're not in it. And they don't want to let you in because they think you're gross. And I'm not saying you're gross, I'm saying they think you're gross. They think I'm gross too. Because we're poor. Even if you have $10 million, they think you're poor. They could blow $10 million on a meal and not even have to think about it. Like, that's what the reason why people have such a hard time understanding wealth is also because humans have a hard time understanding really big numbers. Our brains just aren't designed to need to have knowledge of that large of a scale of numbers. And I can give him an example of how this works. Just imagine for a second, visualize one person standing in a room. Just imagine a big empty room. It's got one person in it. Okay, that's pretty easy. I can know what about one person looks like. Okay, now 10 people. How much space does 10 people take up? Okay. I can imagine 10 people in a room. Imagine 100 people in a room. It gets harder. About how many people would be... Okay, maybe if I clump them into groups of 10 and then I imagine 10 of those, then yeah, that would be 100 people. So yeah, I can kind of identify that. All right, now do 1,000. Now do 10,000 people, 100,000 people, 1,000,000 people. The larger the number, the harder it is for our brain to actually conceptualize what that would be. And the same thing goes for money. A single billion is 1,000 million. And there are people out there with hundreds of billions of dollars. People have a hard time really just wrapping their head around that. I do too. It's because it's just the limitations of the human brain. We're just not meant to think in that large of scale because why? Like, why should we? Anyway. Anywho. Hi, Papa. I wanted to get your insight on this. Alright. Let's do it. When it comes to socializing with people, I tend to have a lot of anxiety, but I also tend to blurt out my genuine feelings and use strong words to express my thoughts. For example, I may say something like, I think it is really dehumanizing to treat me this way. Or, I don't think it makes any sense to go about thinking along these lines. We are very direct. The world needs people like you. Are people always going to receive it well? No. But sometimes people need to be told exactly how it is. It's very straightforward. I guess the consideration would be, you know, in which circumstances do I need to soften my approach? Like, maybe I don't need to be so blunt with certain people or in certain circumstances. And I say this because you just want to be mindful of the other person and, you know, what they've been through. You know, maybe they've endured harassment or abuse and they have a hard time with people being more like direct, and because they would interpret it as, you know, they're being attacked and it might make them feel a high amount of stress. So, you know, in order to, you know, be mindful of their response, you know, I feel like when I have a very strong opinion about something that I've done a lot of research on and am passionate about, I tend to blurt out things before my brain can formulate a whole coherent thought to what I really wanted to say. It really sucks because I want to be able to as closely communicate my thoughts into words, but I always blurt out half-assed thoughts and get nervous because I'm unable to get my point across. The good news is that you do have control over this. And the key to do this is mindfulness. All right, I can understand that I have a point that I'm trying to make. Let me take a moment to stop and think about what that is. How might I better say that? How could I get that point across? How could I communicate this? I know that I'm excited to get this point out, but I don't want to miss the point. I don't want people to not understand what I'm trying to get at out of my excitement. So let me just put that on hold for a moment and let's figure out what exactly I want to say. Doing this helps you to understand it better as well. It's not just about you helping the other person understand it, you taking the time to be mindful and reflect on, okay, how do I want to phrase this? That helps you to understand it too. So it's important not just for the other person, but it's also important for you. This is something I've had to be mindful of myself. Like, I'm more alike with you than you might realize. But I've realized the importance of doing that. Just taking a moment to gather your thoughts. Putting them into a nice, neat little package. Wrapping them up. Maybe put a little bow on there. You sign your name from me. And then you give it. Or even if I take my time, I get caught up in the first part of what I want to say and repeat it to myself so I can say it without error, but then I'm unable to formulate the rest of the thought on the spot. In moments like this, calm yourself down first before you insist on making yourself think. If you're that excited that even trying to slow down your thinking is still just leading you into this like thought loop, just take a moment to breathe first. Just try to think nothing before you try to think anything. Just think about... Slow yourself down a little bit. Why does shrooms help you distinguish the line between Mahdi and Bind so good? I wish I could have that clarity all day. The good news is that you can. The good news is that it's possible. Do you want to do the work? I could tell you what you need to do, or I could at least tell you where to get started. Then it'd be up to you to do the work. We'll talk about it in a minute. Let me get through the rest of this question first. To give context, at a young age, I remember a specific time when my mom yelled at me in front of my friend for having a differing opinion about a teacher and how I didn't like his teaching methods. She yelled at me on the car ride home and refused to talk to me until I apologized. I feel like this may have affected my communication skills. Good awareness, good realization. So what do we want to do about this? You know, what do we want to do with this? Do we want to let this change the way that we communicate with people? Is this something that we are looking to get over and move past? Or is this something that we always want to feel negatively about? You know, maybe your mom was having a bad day. You know, maybe your mom was having a bad day and she thought that you were getting in trouble at school and she was just trying to just nip it in the bud. You know, maybe she didn't really understand how you felt in that moment. Maybe she had a lot on her plate. I don't know. Talk to her about it. I've always been shy and agreeable up until a few years ago when I realized that I actually had differing opinions from other people. This is also when the voice shakes and outbursts started to happen. Ah. Overcompensating. Let me explain. So, for a long time you've been restrained. For a long time you've just been shy and agreeable. But now you are finding your voice, and it feels like I need to make up for lost time. And so, it's kind of like when you notice when you're driving down the road, you notice that you're starting to drift in one direction. What you don't want to do is overcorrect and jerk back to the other direction, because then you're going to spin out. So it sounds like you're overcorrecting. We just need a gentle, mindful nudge back in the right direction. We've been steering one way and we realize that we need to go in the other way. Just slowly make that turn so you don't spin out. I saw something really sad today and it keeps popping into my mind. Was it the Indeed.com home screen? I'm gonna keep dropping hints for you to apply to new jobs until you do, so. Perhaps LinkedIn? Even worse. That might work too. I don't know. Alright, what websites are you going to? What dark corners of the internet are you lurking in? Or was this in real life? The good news is that all cats go to heaven, and being an outdoor cat is rough. Also, don't forget that cats believe in reincarnation. Whether or not you believe in reincarnation, cats do. Where the whole cats have 9 lives thing come from? Not 9 lives within one life, 9 reincarnation cycles. Alright, let me get back into this question. Alright, where did we live? I used to be a happy-go-lucky person. I talked about this before on here, but when talking to others, I have a really shaky voice, especially when I know I'm going to say something they may disagree with. Especially if your approach comes across as very direct and very curt, like to the point, you know? That's kind of like cocking back a punch. But somehow I have the courage to say it or maybe turn off my brain and blurt out. Sometimes I cry and that's terrible for jobs. True. They don't like it when you cry at work, even though work should be making you cry because work is terrible. I don't want to think badly about my genuineness and my outbursts. In fact, I think it's one of my biggest strengths. I agree. It is one of your biggest strengths, but as with any technique, as with any approach, we want to refine our art. You know, we want to hone our skills. There is an art to saying exactly what you mean, but doing it in such a way that the other person finds it more acceptable, so that we're not pushing people away with our opinions. Because in doing so, we kind of lose out on the opportunity to win them over to our side. Isn't that what we're trying to do? Isn't that why we're telling them how we feel in the first place? Try to, you know, convert them? Join us. You know what I mean? I feel like another part of the reason why you feel the need to do that is because, as we talked about, it's that overcompensation. You know, I am used to not speaking up for myself. I'm used to not sharing my opinion. And also the kind of scatterbrainedness where, you know, if I don't spit out what I'm trying to say, I'm going to get lost in the point and I'm going to, you know, it's not going to get communicated. You're a very mindful person. That mindfulness is what's going to get you to where you're trying to go. Just take some time to slow down and think about what you want to say. You know, you don't want to oversteer. I told my partner marriage was important to me. He still hasn't proposed to me. Should I stop putting out? Do you think that would make him want to propose? Just asking you honestly, do you think that would encourage him or motivate him to propose? Like, I'm not proposing for reasons. And now we're not even having sex anymore. So it's like, okay. You know what I mean? It's like, if anything, I feel like that would discourage him from proposing. I'm not saying it's right or if it's wrong. I'm just saying that's probably how it would go. Talk about it. You know, talk about marriage more. Start coming up, like, talking about plans and hypotheticals and, you know, set the stage for it. I don't think passive aggression is the way to get what you want in this situation. I think that communication is key here. You know, just ask more questions. Be like, so, have you thought about what you want the wedding to look like? Have you thought about, you know, just talk about it. Are you more of a gold person or a silver person? You know, like, what kind of band would you wear? Like, that kind of shit. Is passive aggression the way in any situation? Probably in an office. You can't really do much, like, aggression in an office. You kind of have to be more, you know, because, you know, you don't want to get written up. But if somebody's stealing your lunch out of the fridge, it's like, what do you do? You'll probably never see more passive aggression anywhere outside of, like, a corporate environment or like an office. It's like there's so much passive aggression in there, it's ridiculous. Because they're not allowed to be aggressive, but there's still those feelings, and so they manifest in a way that's more acceptable, I guess. So that, you know, you get the cold shoulder, you know, you get skipped out on opportunities, you know, you get iced out, like that kind of shit. How's that passive aggressive? I'm a girl, I don't get it. Oh, this part? Just like not being intimate anymore in a relationship. It's a way to show that you're frustrated about the situation without talking about the situation. So it's basically just like, I'm trying to communicate to you that I'm mad, but I'm not going to use my words. That's passive aggression. And again, I'm not going to say that it's right or it's wrong. I'm just saying if there's a goal that you're trying to accomplish, I don't think that that's the way. Kind of like how if there's somebody living with you that doesn't do the dishes and you want to get them to do the dishes, it's like you just stopping doing the dishes and just letting them pile up. That's not really going to change anything. It just means that you're probably going to have to end up washing a bigger pile of dishes. You gotta talk about that shit. But talking about that shit can be uncomfortable. And that's why people don't do it. So yeah, there's a time and a place for passive aggression. It's when you want to let somebody know that you're pissed off, but you don't want to be like, hey, here's the reasons why I'm pissed off. Because you can't always do that. Some situations, they don't let you. But if you're in a couple, you know, if you're in a partnership, you have to communicate. You have to. It's essential. It's one of the single most important things for the longevity. You know, because your body's going to change, your physical physique's going to change, you're going to get wrinkles, you know, you're going to get old. Things are going to change. Communication is what allows a thing to persist. Also, you know, I'm not gonna he's probably got his reasons for not wanting to propose right now. You know, marriage is expensive. The financial state of the world is kind of gloomy right now. And so a lot of people are just, you know, very stressed because of situations that are kind of outside of our control. So if anything, we should be having, you know, more intimacy. You know, if anything, if anything, we should be, you know, doing it more. You know, it'll help us cope with the stress of the world. My work is currently up in the air with the program I'm working on now on hold, and I'm frustrated. This is the third time since June of 2023 that my job was either laid off or canceled and maybe couldn't be transferred, along with currently being under the weather. I'm so sick of everything right now. I just wish I could be done with life. Any advice? It's your life, so we're gonna have to fight for it. Alright, let's fight for it. So what are we gonna do? What can we do to make this situation better? That is our responsibility. If this job and the inconsistency and the fear and the worry and the frustration of, you know, whether or not it's going to be here, that's really stressful. And that level of stress is not sustainable. Hence why you're feeling the way you're feeling right now. So what can we do about that? Do we need to be looking for new jobs? Do we need to be putting in applications? Do we need to be following up on those applications? Do we need to, you know, expand our search outside of, you know, what we're currently looking for if those opportunities don't flesh out? If we want the situation to be better, there's some steps we gotta take. So put whatever you've got into that, because that's what's gonna get you through. I literally could have written this myself. Why do you think I've mentioned Indeed? Like, I wish I was sponsored by websites. That'd be cool. You know, free money, hey. Always be looking for new job opportunities, advancements, promotions at other places. Companies just aren't really rewarding their long-term, most dedicated employees in the ways that they should. You know, meritocracy is a myth. Every one of us here has seen somebody who was undeserving get promoted, or some, you know, just somebody who has no idea what they're doing is in a senior position to you. It's like, the system's fucked. You don't owe them your loyalty. You are in a business agreement with them. I do this job, you pay me this much. If living expenses go up, you pay me more so that I can survive, because that's why I'm here. That's why I'm working. I'm not working at this office because I'm so passionate about office work. It's not my goal in life. It's not my it's not my main, you know, but that's what they expect of you. I'm just so passionate about Microsoft Excel. Oh my god, I love a fucking spreadsheet. You know what I really love, though? Sitting in a meeting for 3 hours that could have been an email. Once I get the energy, I'll be applying to state jobs. Okay, so this energy that you're looking for, where's that coming from? Are you just sitting here waiting for it? Is it just gonna come to your house? Is it gonna get dropped off on your doorstep? 2-day free shipping? Or is that a fire within you that you need to be stoking? That is an active process. You ever started a campfire before? Have you ever started a campfire before? If you understand how to start a campfire, you will understand how to build motivation within you. It starts with just a little ember, just a little ember, and then you have to gently take care of it, fan it, build it up. Give it that tinder before you move on to the big logs. I guess I was hoping the depression, anxiety surrounding this would go down a bit, just on its own. I hate to break it to you, this isn't just directed at you, this is for everybody, so here you go. I hate to break it to you, but if you just want to wait for depression, anxiety to go down, it's like, maybe they will, you know, in time. It could take longer than it needs to, though. So, like, why put yourself through that extra stress? You stand a much better chance at getting through depression and anxiety more quickly when you play an active role in doing that. Depression especially. Anxiety has a much better way of retreating on its own because our body likes to regulate itself, and a lot of what goes on in anxiety is, you know, physiological responses. My heart's racing, my breathing is rapid, my muscles are clenching, my pupils are constricting, that kind of shit. Your body will calm itself down after a while. So anxiety, yeah, you could outlast it. You can wait it out. Your body's gonna come back down. Depression, though, do you honestly think that you could outlast depression? Depression likes it when you try to outlast it. If you want to overcome depression, you have to pick up a sledgehammer and you have to drive it into the floor. I guess I felt like I deserved some time to grieve. You did. You did. How much time do you need? Need another day. How much rest do I actually need? Let's look at this like a scientist. Let's say that we're looking at this like a science experiment. If we're trying to figure out how much rest we actually need, you start by picking a number and then seeing how that works. And then after that, you assess. You know, like, all right, well, how much was that? Was that good? Do I need more? Was that a little too much? Was I starting to get restless at the end? Depression feels kind of comforting, though. Yeah, in the same way that carbon monoxide does. Like, I'm getting sleepy. Just because, like, okay, so here's another thing. Drowning also feels comfortable once you get past the initial panic of it. drowning is supposed to be one of the most comfortable ways to die. It's supposed to be very peaceful. Once you get past that initial panic. So just because our body can adapt to it and make the best of it and find comfort in spite of it, that doesn't mean that it's the comfort we're seeking. That doesn't mean it's the comfort we need. Humans are incredibly adaptable. We have an innate way to make the best of a bad situation. And so whenever we say, oh, well, at least depression feels comfortable, that's what's happening. We're making the best of a bad situation. But we want it to be a better situation. Like, I don't know about you, but it's kind of nice to enjoy life. Just surviving is really not that much better. Then what do we need to transition from surviving into thriving? What ingredients are missing in this soup we're trying to cook? I feel pain everywhere and I'm lonely and exhausted. You have some well-earned rest to take. You ever watched Hoarders? Before I get into this question, I have a question. You ever watched Hoarders? I've watched just about every episode of Hoarders. I want to change lives like Ginyu from the Ginyu Force. You want to change lives until you realize that that person had a lot of pain behind their smile. And then you were like, I kind of wish I could switch back. You weren't put into this life to abandon it. Anyway, I brought up Hoarders because what Hoarders will teach you is that people will hold on to the most random shit and then have a really hard time letting it go. It doesn't matter if it's just a little plastic bin, you know, some random trinket, garbage. Some people will hoard garbage. But what you learn from watching this is that people can have a really hard time of letting things go. And it's a great manifestation of what's going on internally. We don't like to let stuff go physically. We also don't like to let ideas go. We don't like to let thoughts go or beliefs go, especially if they've been there for a long time. So I would just make sure that when it comes to your depressive thoughts, that we're not keeping them just out of some sort of nostalgia or out of some worry that we're going to need them down the line. We don't want to be hoarding ideas. We don't want to be hoarding beliefs, especially if they stink. Hey, I wrote this in my journal a while ago, and even though it's very personal, I thought I'd share it here. It sounds like we did a little bit of inner child work. We reached out and communicated to our younger self. So thank you for sharing this. I'm gonna go ahead and read it. This is an example of like one of the ways that you can reconnect with younger you. To my younger self. I've been trying to reach you, to remember anything about you, but it seems like I can't. I can't remember you. It feels like you're gone forever. I was listening to a song you used to love, and for a brief moment it reminded me of a feeling we once had, but I can't name it. I just want to insert myself here for a minute. Follow that feeling. That's how it starts. It starts with that brief flicker. That's what you're looking for. If you want to continue to reconnect with this version of you, you have to follow that feeling. Find more things that give you that feeling. You might have a hard time naming or figuring out what that feeling is. That's okay. Just seek it out. But no, what you've described is exactly what you can expect to happen if you're trying to reconnect with your younger self. It's going to start off with just a flash, just a brief moment. Keep following that feeling. You know, I used to think I hated you. For a while I did. I believed false things about you, but now I've learned that I loved you. I miss you so much, even though I don't remember almost anything about you. You're looking forward to a re-remembering. One of the things that you may notice as you get closer and closer to, reconnecting with this aspect of yourself, you're going to have this realization of, well, it seems so obvious. How could I ever forget that? It's going to feel like it was with me this whole time. I just didn't realize it. And so maybe it's not that I don't remember. Maybe it's just that I don't know where it is. I'm trying to find it. Today, I'd like to believe that I remembered you for a moment, and that gives me hope that you're still here, that you're alive. I hope I can get back to you. I hope you can get back to me. And I hope you can lighten the darkness I'm in. I hope you come back and bring color back into my life. Just like you brought this feeling back to me, like you brought back hope. I promise I'll love you and respect you the way you always deserved. Love, future you. Very sweet. Very sweet. Whenever you find out where they are, you're going to have this feeling that feels like they were there the whole time. You're going to feel like it's going to feel so obvious. It's going to feel so simple. It's going to make perfect sense. Tips on handling severe entitlement from a younger sibling? Boundaries. Strong boundaries. Trying not to lash out. I almost did the other day. The difference in how we were raised is astounding, not even to be rude. That'll happen. That'll happen. Especially if you're the oldest child. Especially if you're the oldest child and then your parent gets remarried and has kids like way later and you're like a teenager when they're born. Totally different person raising those children. For better or for worse. One of us is extremely independent while the other relies on everyone else to get things done. I'm gonna guess that you're the oldest child here, or one of the oldest. It's pretty common that the oldest child gets a little bit parentified. They have to grow up a little bit quicker. They have less time to be the baby. And then when other siblings come around, it's like, well, now you gotta help take care of them. You gotta help look after them. Keep an eye on your little brother and sister. It aggravates me watching her be helpless and reliant on everyone, including me, when I have my own family and kids to take care of. For example, she continuously calls me my mom and dad while we are at work. She thinks it is cute and quirky, but it's annoying. She is 20 and not like a young kid. I think 20 is a young kid. If we're being completely honest. Her brain's still growing. She's got a few years until her brain's still fully cooked. Like, at 20 to me, that's very young. Very inexperienced in the world, very naive. Doesn't want to come across as a burden, doesn't want to come across as somebody who's bothersome, and so they pad it by being cute and quirky. So that's their way of seeking help, but doing it in a way that they feel will encourage you to give them the help that they need. Pretty please. Doesn't the brain grow till 21? The brain is still growing until you're about 25, actually. But yeah, I could definitely see how this would be annoying. Alright, where were we? The other day, she had a dentist appointment and an oil change right after. Instead of calling to reschedule like a normal person, she called my mom and me separately, asking for us to take off work to take her to her dentist appointment and oil change. When I suggested rescheduling, she acted like she couldn't do it and started getting agitated, so I hung up. Called my dad, who schedules her car stuff for her at her big age, and said, hey, you need to reschedule this for her. She is here asking me to take off work for her freaking oil change, so he rescheduled it. But it's like constant little shit she does, not understanding that she's not the center of everyone's life. How do I relax and deal with this? Give her time to grow out of it. This is the kind of shit people do when they're 20. Just being, like, in my experience of dealing with 20-year-olds, I'm like, yeah, this tracks. If you're still doing this at 25, it's like, okay, like, come on. I would just give her some more time. Just, you know, set that boundary. That's what you did. You set a boundary here. You're like, hey, why are you, like, I can't take off work to take you to your oil change. Like, I need to be here at work making money to provide for my family. Your car's oil change is like, you could definitely reschedule that. It's not that big of a deal. What she needs to do is learn how to reschedule an oil change on the internet. Like a real introvert. So you set that boundary and, you know, you let her know that, like, hey, don't bother me with this kind of stuff. She will now be less likely to bother you in the future, hopefully. If you really want to change her approach, though, you have to be kind of cool about it. You know, if you actually want to deal with this long term, just be like, hey, listen, I know it can be scary, you know, having to call people on the phone and reschedule stuff. You know, I get it. It's frustrating. But it's really important to learn how to do. Because one day there's going to come a time where nobody's going to be available to make that phone call for you. And you're going to have to do it all on your own. I would just say, you know, just try to be cool about it. You know, at the end of the day, it's just an annoyance. And if we get really stressed out over something for a long time or in a really intense way over something that's just annoying, that's something that we need to be mindful of. Like, maybe there's something else going on in my life that I'm angry about and I'm taking it out on this. You know what I mean? Like, am I mad at my job? Am I mad at something else going on in my life? And it's like, I'm more sensitive to being bothered, you know? I'm guilty of doing that. We all do it. We all do it. Displacement is a very commonly used, very commonly used. We're always displacing our anger onto other stuff. We have a bad day at work and we come home and we yell at the dog. You know, because you're not allowed to yell at your boss. Or, you know, some guy cuts you off and you got some road rage, and then you get home and you're still all hot about it. Would you rather go into the future or the past? Past. Because I don't know what the future could be. The future could just be some hellish nightmarescape for all we know. It would be awful. I guess maybe if I knew what was going to happen in the future, then I would be able to make a more informed decision. There's no guarantee that the future's going to be great. But going and hanging out in, like, ancient Rome during, like, the peak, that sounds kind of fun. Just walking around in togas, eating grapes. That sounds pretty cool. I hate it. I have to work really hard to get over it. Me too. Sometimes it takes me a couple days. The thing I hate the most about myself. Can I just point something out? Hating yourself for it, has that done much to help you change it? Is the hate a really good motivator? Like, hate can be motivating, but it's primarily only motivating in a destructive way. We don't really build from a place of hate. We only tear things down from a place of hate. So maybe we need to show ourselves some compassion and say, hey, I get it. Nobody's perfect. I'm working on it. I don't think that anybody's ever been able to hate themselves into the person that they want to be. I don't think that's ever worked throughout the entirety of human history. Give me one example. Like, hate and hate directed at yourself can get you far, but even if it does get you far, you know, and you find that you've got, you know, all this wealth and prestige and all of that shit, it's like, what's left of you to enjoy it? You've ground yourself into dust. You're just an empty husk. You've scooped out all the fun stuff. Does a plant grow better if you hate it or if you love it? I only hate my life. Have you had a piece of bread today? I know Germans just, they get all out of sorts if they don't eat bread every day. Did you have a nice slice of German bread? It's not making sense. I'm trying to help you, motherfucker. As I said on The Real Housewives, maybe have a piece of bread and you'll calm down a little. I need to turn this into a soundbite. I need to turn this into a sound clip and put it on my soundboard.
Just trying to help you.
I'm sorry, but I don't need your help.
Yes, you do, motherfucker. I'm
Really?
just trying to help you.
I'm
Eternity, motherfucker. I'm
Really?
just trying to help you.
sorry, but I don't need your help.
Yes, you do, motherfucker. You do need my help, sir. Can't you see that, you son of a bitch?
Could you please just let me check out my groceries?
Fuck you, I'm trying to help you, motherfucker.
That's how I feel whenever I'm like, here's some great things that you can do to not feel depressed, and then people are like, I don't know, I kind of like being depressed. I'm like, ah! This is me this weekend discussing how the federal employees being fired are not sitting on their ass, according to my mom. You know, I think a good way to approach that topic and to have that conversation with a person who thinks it's a good idea is to agree with them that, yeah, you know, there's definitely, you know, and you don't even act like you're just kind of agreeing just to kind of like encourage a discussion here. You're not saying I agree with 100% of what you're saying. I'm like, yeah, sure, there's waste. Yeah, sure, the government does spend stupid amounts of money on some stupid stuff sometimes, but they're making a lot of cuts that they shouldn't be making. So I would emphasize talking about those points. But like, how do you feel about the National Park Service? You know, the United States National Parks are one of the envies of the entire world. Like, we have some fantastic nature here, and we need to protect it and take care of it. So it doesn't make sense to cut funding to it when the funding to it is already very small. Or like cancer research. Like, everybody supports cancer research. You have to find a bridge. You have to, that's how you change their mind. You can't just, you know, be like, you're wrong, I'm trying to help you, motherfucker. More money for bombs and bullets. You know, when we take money away from social services, that frees up some money for more bombs and bullets. That's what we're really like. Goldfart, thank you for the 18 months. I told her I was donating my Doge check to DEI. She legit shit said, "Oh my god, you are not." Like, what does she think that does she think that it's just a thing? It's just an organization? You're gonna give it to Antifa? If anybody ever says that they have a problem with DEI, I would break it down for them and just ask them, like, what do you have against diversity? What do you have against equity? What do you have against inclusion? It's like, if they're gonna just promote a terrible ideology, at least have them explain themselves. Too often we just immediately jump into telling people why they're wrong. Just going to somebody and telling them why they're wrong does fuck all to change their mind. If you actually want to change somebody's mind, have them explain to you what it is that they believe so that they can actually start to turn those gears. Alright. Questions. Hey, this might sound like a silly situation, but I'm hormonal and feel bad. My boyfriend woke up in the middle of the night last night and had a bad dream about me sleeping with someone, even though our relationship has been going fine and he has nothing to worry about. But I get dreams like that can just happen out of the blue. They can. It's kind of just... The thing about dreams is that sometimes they just don't mean anything. Sometimes it's just like postulating on some sort of what-if situation. It's just creating a hypothetical. It's just, you know. Anyway. So Tuesdays are my day off, and I drive over to his house Monday nights, which is about an hour and 15 minutes away. His work is about halfway to my house, and last week I stopped there before going home to bring him leftover pizza for lunch. Today I texted and asked him if there's anything he needed before I started to head home, and he said he was all set. So then I texted him, I'll let him know when I'm home safe. Once I'm in my driveway, I texted him I made it home alright, and he said, "You're not stopping by?" I saw he read my "let you know once I make it" text at the same time he read the "I'm home" one, so apparently he was under the impression I would stop by to give him a kiss before I leave, and won't see him until the weekend. I should have stopped by just because, but now I'm thinking about how he didn't get to say goodbye to me after having that dream last night. Alright, here's the thing. We're gonna pause. We're gonna just make it up to him next time. That's all you gotta do. If you feel bad about it, just make it up to him next time. Give him an even bigger smooch. Give him a real squeeze. That's all you gotta do. It'll be fine. I kept saying I'd come back, but he insisted not to since it's half an hour away, and now he seems pretty upset. I feel bad. He was likely anticipating it, and it could have made him feel better about his dream. Since it's that time of the month, I just feel like crap about it, and now it's ruining my mood. I know he's not disappointed in me, but disappointed he thought I'd be there and I didn't show. Hoping talking about it helps, but I don't know. Just feeling down, knowing something small could have made a big impact. Let's try to redirect that energy into planning how we're gonna make it up to him. That's a good way to, get out of a little slump if we're beating ourselves up or feeling bad about something that happened. Let's transition it into something productive. What can I do to make it up to this person? I've hurt their feelings. When thinking about doing lovey-dovey kind of stuff like that, being hormonal could actually be a benefit to you. Just saying. Work with what you got. Write him a nice card. Write out a nice little letter. You know, something he can put on his fridge. A little visual reminder of your love. Give him some flowers. Great idea. Men like flowers too. "11 days ago, out of nowhere, my boyfriend of 4 months broke up with me. We were together almost every day." Out of nowhere, Hold on. My spider sense is tingling, but I'm gonna keep reading first before I... "We were together almost every day, met all the friends and family. We were looking at houses already for in the future. We never had a fight or an argument, and then randomly he told me he is struggling with himself so much that he needs to figure out himself, and I don't deserve to be with someone who can't love me the same way I love him. He was so hard on himself and negative. Thinking back now, I know his dad ignores him for the past 5 years now. He had a fight with his mom a month and a half ago, and now she ignores him. And his only past relationship dumped him out of the blue, so I see it's what he knows. So he has issues with attachment. Okay. He didn't just grow up talking, he just didn't grow up talking about emotions. But I'm still so in shock. I saw him as my future already. It was such an intense 4 months. I'm sort of okay now, not crying 24/7 anymore, but I don't sleep long still, and I'm so lonely now. Any tips? This is something to be mindful of. It sounds like the person that you were dating has some attachment issues. You know, if you look at their issues with their parents and the way that they're attached to them and the way that they attached to you, that would explain why it was so intense and so quick, but also why it ended so abruptly. That doesn't make it any less confusing or any less hurtful, but it does help to explain why it happened. So my tips would be, give it some time. You know, things have settled a bit. You know, it's been almost 2 weeks. Maybe give it a few more days and just kind of, if you feel like reaching back out and just talking about it to get a little bit more closure. Or if you feel like just moving on, you know, that's entirely up to you, what you decide to do. You always want to be mindful of relationships that are super intense right from the get-go, because they kind of suck you in. And you might overlook some of the red flags or other concerns because you have these rose-colored glasses on. So anyway, it sounds like he's got some stuff that he's working through. I would just wish him the best and encourage him to do that then. You know, if you realize that you need to do some work on yourself, I applaud your willingness to do that. You know, I wish you all the best. Let me know how it goes. I think, you know, if he's going to work on himself, then he needs to do that. You know, if he wants to overcome his issues with attachment, then that's on him. You can support him in that and you can encourage him to do that, but you can't make him do it. And I feel like long run, this could be pretty volatile and pretty stressful, so... Teach me about mind, body. Oh yes, I promised I'd teach you about mind, body. If you want to improve your mind-body connection, what you want to practice is Kundalini Yoga. Kundalini Yoga is basically a combination of yoga and meditation, and it's all about increasing your awareness of yourself within your body and that connection between the body and the mind. Now, I do just want to give you a heads up, it's pretty intense. It's referred to as the most potent form of yoga. I stumbled upon this accidentally because I was trying to practice my body awareness, and then I found out there was a whole practice of it. Tell me why I've already been naturally just stretching and enjoying the pain. Because you're trying to find comfort by seeking out discomfort. He told me he still loves me, but he can't do this to me. It's so confusing. I would just listen to him then. You know, if he doesn't want to put you through that, then don't let him put you through that. Could you make it work? Could you, support each other through that? If he's willing to do it, if you're willing to try, you could still give it a try, but I just want to let you know that's definitely going to come with challenges. So you also have to be patient. When you're dealing with like long-standing attachment issues that tie back to childhood, it's like that could take years to unpack. That could take years to overcome. Might come with some unexpected challenges and frustrations. Doesn't mean you can't make it work, but you need to be aware of what you're signing up for. Adrian Bear, thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you for giving that sub to Shortper. Robin here. Hi, Robin. Had a bit of a breakthrough I thought I would share. Well, let's hear it. I recently learned that PTSD from childhood trauma can really increase the risk of developing autoimmune diseases. My immediate reaction was to be mad at the kid version of myself for internalizing my emotions and causing myself to develop Hashimoto's disease. But then I started bawling my eyes out because it wasn't my fault. It wasn't. You're absolutely right. You were a kid, you didn't know any better. It wasn't Kid Me's fault for dealing with what I was going through, but what I knew how to do. It was my parents. They failed me. I shouldn't have had to deal with what I did deal with because of them. They might not have physically abused me enough to leave marks, but my body went through so much stress that I will suffer a physical toll for my whole life. Question. Just something to think about. If PTSD can lead into the development of an autoimmune condition, what effect would treating the PTSD have on the autoimmune condition? Do you think it might be possible that the symptoms might recede a bit if the underlying trauma is resolved? Just something to think about. The human body is capable of all sorts of incredible feats. Nothing's impossible. Thank you for the update. We're excited for the breakthrough. Don't you love a breakthrough? Let's just take a moment. Take a moment and just really soak that feeling in. That's a feeling you want to familiarize yourself with. In those moments of breakthrough, just really soak it in. Just pay attention to what it feels like. You know, I just wonder if the damage that is caused to a body because of stress is caused by the stress, is the body able to better heal and regulate itself once the stress has been taken care of? You know, maybe not even completely, but maybe at least to a manageable or significant amount. You know, maybe we're able to get some more peace and comfort. It's better than nothing. How do I not take out my anger on a sibling for the things our parents did to me and not her? Because, and this kind of ties into the previous question, they're kids. You're a kid. It wasn't your sibling didn't, you know, make that choice. Your sibling didn't tell your parents what to do. The responsibility of it relies entirely on your parents. You genuinely want to get rid of this anger. It's not her fault, but the things she does reminds me of it daily. It's hard, but sometimes her and my parents gang up on me and it fucks me up emotionally for a while. Maybe we need some distance. Or maybe, you know, it kind of also depends on how old you are, you know, how old your sister is. Can you sit down and have an adult conversation about it? Are they ready to hear it? Or are they still, you know, relatively young, relatively entangled with the way that their parents think? No amount of work on yourself has gotten rid of it itself yet. Still worth trying, though. Even if in the end all you get is treated PTSD, but you're still left with the autoimmune condition, that's still a win. So there's still completely valid reasons to continue to work on overcoming that trauma. Not in a spot we can talk about it. She got mad at me for bringing it up. Yeah, this might be one of those situations where it's like you just need some time away from the family for your own peace of mind, and then you re-engage later. It's like sometimes if you're the one getting ganged up on, sometimes you have to remove yourself from the situation so that they can find somebody else to gang up on. And then hopefully that will let your sister realize what's really going on here. We're like, oh, we were just targeting this person, now we're targeting somebody else, or maybe now I'm getting targeted. It's okay to feel frustrated that she's not in a place to really understand yet, but you can get there. Until then, give yourself the space and the peace that you need. I relate. My sister was not abused, but I was. She always sides with them and does not acknowledge the abuse. I cut contact with my parents recently and found sadly I also have to cut contact with her. She was too enmeshed to ever see it from any other perspective. And now you can really understand and see why generational trauma perpetuates. You would think that, you know, when you see generational trauma, that people would break the cycle sooner. But no. There's a reason why generational trauma and abuse have perpetuated for generations. Because that shit can be hard to break away from. Especially if it's normalized or you find ways to rationalize it. Robin, your homework is to rest and to show yourself some compassion. Enjoy this breakthrough and see where that breakthrough takes you. I feel like that's opening new doors for your healing. So just take some time to rest and digest. Let it soak in. Figure out what you want that next step to be. I'm actually surprised that other people dealt with this. It's far more common than I care to admit, because when you recognize just how common this kind of shit is, it makes you feel really bad about people in general. All I can say is they're missing out. You know, you broke free, you got out of that cycle of abuse, and now you are the one who gets to live your life. Sometimes you outgrow people, you know? Sometimes you outgrow, and you gotta find a new place to take root. I was like, damn dude, you watched me get choked out, now you don't trust your memory. A disturbing reminder of just how effective denial can be. Abuse is very hard to digest. Whether or not you're the person who is actually experiencing the abuse, there are a lot of people who are abused but don't want to look at it as abuse because they don't want to feel like a person who was abused. Because there's all sorts of stigma and misconceptions that exist around what an abused person looks like. They also have a hard time accepting that abuse happens to other people because they don't want to accept that their parents are abusive people. Because that puts their entire life into a new perspective. So whenever you're bringing up the topic of abuse to people in your family, expect resistance. It's not an easy thing to talk about. Give them time to process it. Be gentle and compassionate with it if you want to actually get through to them. What is the window of tolerance and how does trauma affect it? The window of tolerance. It's exactly what it sounds like. How much of this am I willing to put up with before I either get bored or overwhelmed? And how does trauma affect it? I'll tell you. So it kind of works like this. There's a sweet spot to be at, and they call that the window of tolerance. The body is in its optimal state. I can access both reason and emotion. I am mentally engaged. If you get too worked up, you enter a stage of hyperarousal. You're overreactive, your thoughts are less clear, you become emotionally distressed. And to go down, you would be hypoarousal. You're starting to shut down, you're feeling depressed, you're lethargic, you're numb, unmotivated. What does trauma do to this? It makes the green zone smaller. The green zone shrinks because of trauma. So what you need to do, open your window, I guess. Open your window up. Oh fuck, I wanted to put that in the question box. Oh, that's fine. There you go. But I like the blinds closed. Then how the fuck are you gonna see the sun? And the birds? Hmm? I like the blinds closed when I'm gaming because I don't want the glare on my monitor, but other than that, I like having the blinds open so that I can remind myself that there's life out there. Anyway, this is the window of tolerance. Trauma has a way of shrinking that. But the good news is that you can expand that window of tolerance by learning how to be more mindful, by learning how to ground yourself, by doing breath work, that kind of stuff. I'm getting close to blue. I need to move out quick. I'm just scared about the economy. I feel like everything else will feel easier when you're not in such a stressful environment. Just consider it the price of freedom. Have you ever heard of the podcast The Telepathy Tapes? No, I haven't. What do you think about it? And is there any proof of their claims? I've never heard of this before. What is this? Oh, it's the... Okay. We're investigating the telepathic abilities of nonverbal autistic children. I feel like humans can communicate and perceive things on levels that we don't fully understand right now, so I'm not against it. Like, we have a traditional idea of what telepathy is. It's like I'm transmitting words into your mind. It's like I'm speaking inside of your head, but it's kind of more than that. Think about just how much of our communication is nonverbal. The way that I'm posturing, the way that I'm standing and facing you, or maybe I'm turned off to the side, you know, the way I'm moving my arms, or, you know, that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I've heard of this, but I haven't ever listened to it. It's interesting. I'm always willing to look into like interesting things that sound almost supernatural. In many ways, our brains are a mystery, and I feel like they can do stuff that we don't even know that they can't do yet. I don't know. I'd like to know how they test this. Well, the podcast is on Spotify. I'll try to check it out. I'll try to check it out soon, and then I'll let you know what I think. Because it sounds kind of interesting. I used to work with a lot of nonverbal children at a daycare. They're actually amazing at communicating without somehow talking. Exactly. It's like we communicate on like pheromone levels. We have like electromagnetic fields that our bodies can pick up on. It's like there's a lot that you can perceive and sense and interpret that is beyond words. It's beyond seeing and hearing and smelling. There's so much more to communication, and so it might not just be like traditional telepathy in a sense of you're thinking like Professor Xavier from X-Men, you know, like well, no, I definitely believe that there are so many other ways that we communicate with one another that we aren't actively aware of. That I do believe. Alright. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. And then we're gonna get into our presentation, alright? So don't go anywhere, hang out with these cats for a minute. I'll be right back. And then we'll get into our presentation. We're back. Oh, I've returned. I have returned. All right, I am back. I had to go take care of some paperwork. Alrighty. It's time for what we've all been waiting for. We all came here to see. I feel so sad. I wish I could have saved that kitty. You need to save you first. You know what I mean? Say hi. Penny wants to say hi. Come here, Penny. Hi. Oh. Look who it is. Better watch out, Penny. The government said they're taking pennies away. The government said no more pennies. How's she doing lately? She's alright. We haven't gotten her surgery yet because she hasn't been acting like her leg's been bothering as much. We're still planning on getting it.
We're just apprehensive, you know, because it's always risky. It's not like you are dying to get your dog into surgery.
Right.
I get anxious thinking about it.
We might just get her some wheels. Get her a nice set of wheels, Penny. A nice set of wheels. Yeah, Penny, they found out that you're a Chihuahua. They're going to send you to Mexico. She said she doesn't speak Spanish. She says she's never going to make it. She only knows how to say Yo quiero Taco Bell. Oh. What kind of dog is she even? A cute one? Oh. She's a rat dog, is what she is. She looks like a Chihuahua, Jack Russell. You would be exactly right. She's part Chihuahua, part Jack Russell, part Maltese. She has a little bit of Maltese sprinkled in there. What a personality. Oh yeah, she loves to fight. She loves to chase balls. She loves to fetch. She loves to catch. She loves to play tug of war. She's a scrappy dog. Yeah, we got her DNA tested. We wanted to figure out what was going on there. The funny thing about her barking, though, is that she didn't learn how to bark until after she met the Beagles. The Beagles really taught her how to bark. Before that, she was actually very quiet. Got a Border Collie Australian Shepherd mix. Smart enough to bully you. You gotta watch out for some of those dogs. They're too smart for their own good. They're smart enough to troll you. We celebrated Fetisdagen in Sweden today. What is... Never heard of it. Fetisdagen. I looked it up and all of the results... Oh. Pancake Day? Oh, wait. That's something different. I looked it up, but the result takes me to the Swedish Wikipedia page. And then I came down Shrove Tuesday. Just Pancake Day. But that's something. Oh wait. Yeah, that is okay. Pancake Day. Pancake Day. It's not Pancake Sweet Semlor. Well, I will be observing Pancake Day. You eat these things? These look kind of good. Buns. Nothing like getting some buns full of cream on a Tuesday. What'd you just call me? I don't know that word. All right, everybody. It's time. It's time. Hold on, I need a poll. I need to get a poll going. I need a poll. We're talking about loneliness today. They say we're in a loneliness epidemic, which I believe. I feel like we're probably lonelier than we've ever been. What does TAN stand for? 1 would be the least, and 10 would be the most. 10 out of 10. One would be low, and 10 would be high. I guess I could have explained that first, but... do I need to redo it? Did we answer the wrong way? One would be low and 10 would be high. In general, what I'm seeing is 5s and above. Fives and above. Anyway, we'll come and check back on that later, but go ahead and just check that poll out and hit me up. Hit me up. We love data. We love data. Is it asking if I think I'm lonely or if others would think I'm lonely? This is a self-report survey, so I don't care what other people would think about you. I care what you think about you. I ditched my friends after my dad died and will regret it the rest of my life. Did your friends die too? Are they still around? Is there any chance to re-engage? Or is this just... Did we end on negative terms? I know I'm lonely, but I like being alone. Two different things. You can be surrounded by people and be lonely. You can be all alone and be perfectly content. I lost most of my friends to having kids and being wives. They don't seem to want you around if you don't have kids. Yeah, your life kind of changes a bit when you have kids. Now suddenly you're hanging out with other people with kids so that your kids can play together, so that your kids can make friends, and you're doing kids stuff. Don't really have as much time to do the stuff you like to do. Oh, but I pushed them away for over a year. After therapy, I wrote my best friend a letter and she never replied. Is it worth another try? Do we want to try a different way to reconnect? The good news is that once your friends' kids get old enough, they'll be free to hang out with you again. It's been a decade now, so things might feel different. There's no harm in trying. You know, if you make an honest, genuine effort, that's all you can do. It's up to them how they choose to respond, but you know. Don't have their social media and stuff. Time to do a little bit of this. You know what I mean? A little bit of... Took over 10 years before me and my BFF reconciled. See, that's the thing. sometimes in time, especially with friendships, you might be like, I don't even really remember what I was mad about. I just miss having a friend, a confidant, somebody to hang out with. Alrighty. I had a friend who just completely disappeared off the face of the earth, and then I had somebody else that was a friend of his reach out to me, be like, hey, have you heard from this person? And I'm just like, no, I haven't either. They just became a ghost on the wind. Who knows what they're doing now? Hope they're having fun. We got a poll going and we're rating how we... It's looking like loneliness is pretty common. A big bulk of the percentage is 5 or above. Sometimes all you can do is take what you learned and apply that to your next attempt at friendship, you know? The shitty thing about friendships is that sometimes they end. Sometimes they end for stupid reasons. But it's important that we learn from that. But we gotta stay open to connecting with people. We can't shut ourselves off. What I'm seeing here is that a lot of us are feeling kind of lonely, which would make sense that you're here today, because this is what we're talking about. You're in the right place. You know, if you don't have an online presence, if you're not posting stuff onto social media, you're going to have to stay in contact with people the old-fashioned way. Well, there's no harm in reaching back out to somebody that you haven't talked to in a while and saying, hey, I was thinking about you. Hope things are doing well. Hopefully we have time to catch up. I feel like I get so overwhelmed from thinking what to talk, what to tell about me, what to ask, what to do, etc., that I don't even try to contact old friends I haven't seen in like 10 years. It's so stupid. Why am I scared? Because you're excited. Excitement and fear are two sides of the same coin. That excitement is leading into overthinking and uncertainty. It doesn't really matter so much where you get started whenever you're reconnecting with somebody and you're like, geez, what have I been up to? Where do I begin? You've got time to do that. You don't have to cram it all into one conversation. You don't have to give them a complete rundown and a play-by-play of everything I've been through in the last 15 years. I wouldn't want to sit through it. You probably wouldn't want to sit through it either. Well, in April of 2013, I actually, this thing happened. I got new tires on my car. Focus less on what exactly I'm going to say and focus on how good it is to see you again. It's just so good to see you again. I missed hanging out with you. I missed talking to you. I missed spending time with you. All right, we're talking about loneliness today. Let's get to it. We are living in a time of unprecedented connectivity. Yet, loneliness is at an all-time high. We are more connected with other people than ever before. You're able to get live, real-time updates on every meal a person eats, every shit that they take. But in many ways, this abundance of information has diluted the connection that we're actually able to form with people. Honestly, I'd rather just sit there and listen on a first meetup than talk about myself. Well, see, now you realize that all of that overthinking about what am I going to talk about, what am I going to share, is overthinking. Like, in reality, I probably won't even talk all that much at all. Sometimes we find things to worry about just because we're bored. Sometimes we do it because we're starting to feel relaxed and we're like, wait a second, this is weird. I'm not used to being relaxed. Something's off. I should be on alert. Why am I so calm right now? Why am I so peaceful? Suspicious. We talked about this the other day. We had some questions about loneliness, and so we decided we're going to do a presentation on it. We looked at a study that showed that loneliness is as harmful to your health as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. That stress of loneliness, it interferes with your health, it increases your chance of heart disease, increases your depression risk, and it can also lead to cognitive decline. Why does this happen? We have the ability to connect instantly. But what's missing is genuine, fulfilling interactions. When was the last time you sat down with somebody and actually just talked about stuff? Instead of just replying to a text or commenting on a post or giving it a little thumbs up or a little heart. When was the last time you would say that you had a genuine, fulfilling interaction with someone? I think I want to get a cat. Cats are great. I'm not lonely, but that comparison scares me. This was a study that they did. We looked at the actual study the other day, and trying to find it, but I'm not finding it very quickly, and I don't want to take all that long to search. My brother's friend was over the other day, and we bonded over a sauce I put on fried wings. Sauce brings people together. Food brings people together. Let me just ask you a question. Let's say that you're invited somewhere. Would you be more or less likely to go if there was food to be served there? I don't know about you, but I'm not really planning on showing up unless there's going to be food. That's literally how my family gets me to go to family stuff. That's how many people for the entire history of human civilization have gotten people to show up to places. There will be food there. If we're hanging out and there's no food, I will be asking the question, is anybody hungry? Alrighty. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to look at the roots of loneliness, and we're going to talk about some practical ways to combat it. So if you're feeling lonely, good news. You're in the right place. We're going to talk about it. Let's start off by talking about the 3 types of loneliness. There are 3 main types of loneliness. Number 1 is emotional loneliness. This is a feeling of absence of deep, meaningful relationships. This is the type of person you could have a lot of friends. We had a question box a while back. The person, they had a bunch of friends, but they mostly just hung out so that they could get drunk together. But then whenever they wanted to talk about anything deeper or anything more meaningful, they just weren't really receptive to it. They were basically just party friends. So you're not physically lonely, you've got people around you, but you're emotionally lonely because you don't feel like I'm connected. If this were Stardew, Joshua would be Gus, as long as I'm not Shane. I hear that's how my sister's husband is. He's angry and depressed, and I don't know if he has friends or a life at all. A lot of people are getting kind of stuck in these types of loneliness. Like, we don't throw around the term loneliness epidemic for no reason. We're not exaggerating here when we say there's a loneliness epidemic. People have been getting more and more lonely year after year after year. It's not getting better. It's actually getting worse. He's also MAGA and Red Pill, so I don't know how to tell how far he is. Well, that could also explain why he has no friends right now. Hey, look at me, I'm lonely and angry and miserable, and I did it all to own the libs. Alright, number 2. Social loneliness. This is when we lack that broader social network or a sense of community. It's when we feel like we don't belong to a group. We just feel like we're on our own. Or maybe we lack people to talk to about our shared experiences. Or maybe we lack the opportunity to make shared experiences with people. Is he MAGA because he is lonely, or is he lonely because he's MAGA? That's a great question. It's kind of one of those things where it doesn't really matter how it got started, but the two feed into one another. The lonelier I get, the more MAGA I get. Not talking about me. Not talking about me. I'm talking about him. This is something that people will do. They will go further and further into an identity because it gives them a sense of connection and belonging, even if the group that they belong to is actually a scam. Or a cult. So they kind of feed into each other. Oh, thank you. Ooh, chicken patty. Mmm. Just think about like 80-year-old lonely old people who just do nothing but sit on their recliner and watch Fox News all day. It's that phenomenon. It's like, I'm going to get lonelier and lonelier, but I'm also going to go further and further into this extreme ideology because it gives me a sense of purpose and a sense of connection. I should adopt an old person to visit. Old people are actually so much fun. Oh. Everything just minimized. I don't know what I clicked on. Everything just minimized all at once. All right, pull that back up. All right, number 3, existential loneliness. This is that deep philosophical loneliness that actually stems from a lack of, you feel like I lack meaning in life, or I feel like I lack a connection to life itself. You might even be meeting your other needs, your social and your emotional needs. This is your philosopher's loneliness. I think that's the only one I'm doing pretty well with. It's a good start. You need a little granny iPad program. We actually got an iPad for Casey's grandma. She loves it. Like, here's how you get on TikTok, grandma. This is the loneliness that allows cults to pull people in. True. Like, cults definitely target lonely people. And cults can take advantage of that and offer people all of these things. You don't have a sense of community. You don't have deep, meaningful relationships. You feel like life has no purpose. Here, we'll give you a purpose. Take this shovel and go dig us a trench to put our poop into. All right, so these are the 3 types of loneliness. Any questions about those? Anything ringing a bell? Anything resonating? If you're going to take a crack on working at your loneliness, a good place to start is understanding what types of loneliness I'm dealing with. Existential loneliness is hard. Yeah, it's one of those philosopher's dilemma where it's just like you just kind of need to like take a step back and reassess and realize that, you know, it's about the journey, not the destination. You need to spend some time in nature. You need to go camping. Alrighty, let's continue. So, why are we so lonely nowadays? Why are we so lonely nowadays? Well, a lot of our communication is very surface level. We're either commenting on things on social media, or maybe we're not even commenting using words, we're just reacting. We're giving a little thumbs up, we're giving a little heart, we're giving a little laughing emoji. A lot of our communication has been replaced by digital communication, and a lot of our connections have been replaced by digital connections. And a lot of these interactions are very surface level. Now, don't get me wrong, they can be deep, but for most people, they aren't. Can we all go camping together, please? Yeah, let's go camping. Go to a group campground. I've been having these thoughts around social media lately. This is the way that it is. You know, they want communication to be streamlined. They want it to be fast-paced and engaging. They want you to see a lot of posts, respond to a lot of posts. It drives up the engagement, it drives up the ad revenue. But it sacrifices the depth. We have deeper needs. We have a need for presence. We have a need for, you know, physical communication, touch, you know, a compassionate, you know, a hand on the shoulder, a hug, a handshake. And we also crave those shared experiences. What social media does is it's like, hey, go out and have an experience and then come back and tell us about it. That's your way of sharing an experience. This is what I had for lunch today. Constantly being bombarded by either other people's highlight reels or misanthropic propaganda, it's really draining. Oh yeah, absolutely, especially once you realize what's going on. Whenever you see people's highlight reels though, just take a moment to think about how long it took them to edit it, how long it took them to, how much thought and effort they put into it, how much work they put into it, the projection of this image. Look how much fun I'm having. Look how cool my life is. It's gotta be worth a couple likes, right? Guess I'll stop taking photos of my dinner then. I like the photos of the dinner. It was just the example I was using. What I was trying to say was, it's nicer to go out to dinner with somebody or to invite somebody over for dinner than it is to talk to people online about what you had for dinner. That's all I was trying to say. I'm not anti-sharing it. I'm not anti-posting it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that it's not a suitable replacement for actually, you know, sharing a meal with somebody. That's all I was trying to say. All right, another big reason why we're so lonely today. Modern lifestyles, they promote isolation. We've taken away a lot of opportunities for organic social interactions. We got more people working remotely, which I think is nice, but it does take away from your socialization in a way. Urbanization, you know, there's just more places to live, less places to hang out. And you're also seeing a decline in third places. Third places is just somewhere other than work and home. That's what they mean when they say a third place. So this could be anything from a community center to a church to a cafe to a library. You know, we're missing out on the opportunity to meet and engage with people in a natural, organic way. Working remotely is nice, but you have to make an extra effort to get out and socialize. As much as it might suck going into an office, you know, even just being around people, it can help to fulfill some of that feeling of connection that you're looking for. All right, next up, fear of vulnerability. This is what prevents us from reaching out. We are worried about how the other person is going to respond. We're worried that we might be judged. We are worried that we might get rejected. And so what this does is it creates a self-reinforcing cycle of loneliness. You gotta watch out for these self-reinforcing cycles. Also, lastly, social norms are changing. You know, there isn't as much structured social opportunity to meet other people compared to past generations. You know, there's less neighborhood-wide events and, you know, more community-driven things. These things have been on the decline. It was much more common, you know, 30 years ago to know who all your neighbors were. Nowadays, I couldn't tell you who any of my neighbors are. I know like 2 of their names. So these are a lot of factors that contribute to why we're feeling so lonely today. Let's carry on, shall we? Let's talk about what loneliness does to you psychologically. Being lonely changes your brain chemistry. Loneliness triggers a stress response in you. Now, you might think of stress as agitation or frustration, but stress can be experienced in other ways. Loneliness is one of those ways that stress can manifest that you might not easily recognize as stress. It increases your cortisol levels, which can in turn lead to anxiety. It can interfere with your sleep. It can even interfere with your immune system. Can it make you gain weight? Not in and of itself, but it could. If you are using food as a way of coping with that stress, then yes. Stress also interferes with your metabolism, so it could alter the way that your body processes food. Let's talk about negative thought loops. We were talking about how loneliness can be one of those negatively reinforcing patterns where it kind of keeps itself going. The more isolated we feel, the more we may perceive social interactions as stressful, awkward, exhausting, threatening. And so then it makes it harder to engage, which just leads us to be more lonely, which makes us perceive them as even more awkward, exhausting, and threatening. It feeds into itself. Which is why sometimes it's just so nice to hang out with somebody and just realize that not everybody hates you. This doesn't have to be a big deal. I don't have to worry about being judged or criticized. I can just have fun. Sometimes I think that people just want to complain since they have no suggestions on what would be better. Exactly. Complaining is free. Coming up with a solution, that's much more difficult to do. Complaining is easy. Complaining is easy and it's free. That's why so many people love to do it. Something that's really important to be mindful of is that loneliness can lead you into a self-fulfilling prophecy. It can actually encourage you to develop behaviors that push people away. It can lower your social energy, it can make you more pessimistic, it can make you more withdrawn and shut off, so you're less willing and active in those engagements. Loneliness has a major impact on your mental health. It's closely linked to depression and anxiety, and it's important to address it before it deepens. It's one of those things that you really want to try to get a hold of before it gets even worse. 100% I've been a negative broken record for months, and I can tell it's wearing on family and the few friends I have left. Might be a good time to switch it up. It's a really important realization to make. I know it's not fun to think that stuff about yourself or to realize this type of stuff, like, oh, I am pushing people away. But it's really important to understand that. You know, if you're the type of person who is worried that everyone else hates them, and so you don't go anywhere because you're afraid of being judged by anybody, how is that going to influence your behaviors when you are out around other people? Like, how are you going to treat everybody else if you think that they all hate you? Like, are you going to be nice to them? Are you going to be polite to them? Or are you going to be avoidant? Or, you know, like, these types of beliefs and these types of behaviors actually lead us to be even more disconnected and even more lonely. Sometimes it's important to take a look at yourself in the mirror and recognize what kind of face you're putting on before you go out and interact with other people. Like, why does nobody ever say hi to me? Why does nobody ever want to come up and talk to me? And then you realize that your resting face looks like this. You know, if I'm out in public and I look like this, are you going to want to come up and talk to me? Probably not. Try this one on for size. How long until it's considered chronic? Depends on who you ask. I would say that it would be chronic when you're at the point where I am experiencing it more than I am not experiencing it. Meaning, in an average week, you feel lonely more days than you don't feel lonely. Or maybe you feel lonely the entire time. That's when I would say, okay, this is starting to become chronic. So, do you want to do something about it? If you're feeling lonely, do you want to do something about it? Or are you going to fall into those negative thought loops? Or are you going to buy into the self-fulfilling prophecy? Are you committed to spending the rest of your life lonely and disconnected, or do you want to do something about it? Because if you want to do something about it, you can, and we're going to talk about it. But it has to be something that you want to do. Because a lot of people find themselves in a place where they are lonely and they find ways to rationalize it or justify it. They say, people just suck, nobody gets me. You know, people are assholes, why bother? Do you think you're better off alone? So the good news is that you aren't doomed to loneliness for the rest of your life. It can be defeated. Let's talk about how we do it. First things first, let's reframe solitude. We brought this up before, but let's just go ahead and revisit it real quick. It's important to remember that being alone does not necessarily mean that you are lonely. You should be able to enjoy your own company, and you can learn how to do that through self-discovery, by pursuing hobbies, by practicing mindfulness. You can actually turn solitude into a source of strength. For example, I wouldn't be able to do this show if I didn't have a good relationship with my own solitude. I need time just on my own to just think about stuff. All right. Number 2. Intentional connection. Prioritize depth over breadth. Meaning, focus on achieving deeper levels in your relationship, having meaningful conversations. Life isn't about the number of friends that you have. It's about the quality of the relationship that you have with those people. And so instead of accumulating acquaintances, focus on building meaningful, reciprocal relationships. Key word there, reciprocal. It goes both ways. With people who add value to your life. This could be done in person. This could also be done online. But the importance here is we're doing it intentionally. Are the pretzels back? I was wondering when you were going to notice. It's been a while. If you want to overcome loneliness, you have to be brave. You need social courage. Now, it is natural to fear rejection. Rejection doesn't feel good. It hurts. It makes us feel bad about ourselves. It makes us worry that we're not good enough. But it happens. So what can we do about it? It's important to remember that most people are more open to connection than we might assume. So if we are not trying to connect out of a fear of being rejected, then we are already rejecting ourselves. You have to take that chance. We want to challenge our avoidant behaviors. We want to make small and consistent efforts, texting an old friend, joining an online discussion, saying yes when people invite you to things. We want to say yes to more social invitations. I know, if you're like me, whenever anybody invites you to anything, you're like, now how can I get out of this? What excuse can I make? I'm sorry, I won't be able to come. My dog has to take a GED. You've got more. It's a two-parter. How do I make myself not scared? By allowing yourself to be afraid. The only time that you can be brave is when you're afraid. Bravery is not the opposite of fear. Bravery is being afraid but acting anyway. Sorry, I can't go. I have diarrhea. Well, don't worry. We won't be that far from the toilet, and I've got plenty of TP. Now what are you gonna do? I guess what would help me to overcome that fear was looking at it this way. Would I rather, take that chance, try the thing, even though I'm scared, even though I'm anxious? Would I rather, like, why am I afraid of doing that? Why am I afraid of not trying? Well, I'm afraid of being rejected. I'm afraid of having my feelings hurt. Getting my feelings hurt or getting rejected is much more preferable to being lonely for the rest of my life. And so if I don't at some point challenge my fear, then all I'm doing is setting myself up for a life of loneliness. And that is far more terrifying than the possibility of getting rejected. So sometimes when I'm feeling fearful, I remind myself of what it is I'm actually afraid of, and it's easier to act. All right, we got another page here. Shared spaces. This is a great way to combat your loneliness. Join a community. Find a hobby group. Attend a local event. These are places where connection happens naturally. Even if you're just going to like the farmer's market. They do the farmer's market. Be like, oh, this is cool. What are you selling here? Ah, cool. You make this yourself? Oh, how long have you been doing that for? What got you into it? You know, that kind of stuff. Just connecting. With the rise of like remote work, you are now seeing more things where it's co-working spaces. People will find online spaces where they can be in like a voice call or something, and they're working on their own thing, but they're working on their own stuff together. Book clubs. You like to read? Try a book club. Talk about books. Talk about the book that you're reading. You can also start a book club. You want to start a book club? Anybody here want to start a book club? Anybody? Book club? Book club? Book club? Anybody? Yes? Volunteering. Volunteering is a fantastic place to engage with people because you're hanging out with people who are volunteering. They're probably going to be very friendly. They're probably going to be very polite and very kind. Volunteering is a great way to meet nice people. By attending these sorts of events, you're able to develop organic relationships. You're able to establish familiarity. You're able to grow closer. Speaking of volunteering, let's talk about the importance of helping others. Acts of kindness and service can foster a sense of purpose and connection. Remember that not all loneliness is just, do I have people around me? Do I have friends? Loneliness also stems from a lack of a sense of purpose and connection, and helping other people through volunteering, mentoring, supporting them, it can be a great way to reduce those feelings of loneliness. I struggle to force myself into social interactions. I actually like being alone and don't feel lonely very often. I treasure my online friendships a lot. I think part of it that adds to the stress is that it feels like it's something you have to force. Socializing should feel natural. It should be, relatively stress-free. And I feel like a part of why we struggle so much with doing it is because we build it up a lot in our minds. We view it as this moment. It's like a make or break moment. This is a do or die moment. If I fuck this up, I'm fucked up forever. So I've tried this over the last few years, joined a salsa group, a spiritual group, yoga classes, a gym, political volunteering. I was unable to form any lasting connections. Maybe I fundamentally struggle to relate to people, but people who know me describe me as attractive, smart, funny, and charismatic, so I don't know. I'm stuck and still very lonely. Then in your case, it might be more of an existential loneliness. It does not ever feel natural to me in person. Yeah, neither does juggling until you learn how to handle some balls. Lastly, gratitude. Gratitude is a great way to defeat loneliness. Appreciate the relationships you already have. It can shift your focus from scarcity into abundance. And it can make your existing connections feel more fulfilling. Yeah, Capralord, we were talking earlier. I'm going to go back to it real quick. We talked about those 3 types of loneliness. If you don't have the emotional loneliness, if you do feel like do you feel like you have deep, meaningful relationships? It sounds like you had the people around you, but you were lacking the connection. So is this a deeper type of loneliness? Do I feel like I lack meaning? Do I feel connected to life itself? I have one deep connection. What allows that connection to exist? What about that connection is different or special? Also, it's important to remember that lasting connections take work. Like, if you want that plant to live and grow, you gotta keep watering it. All right, let's wrap it up. Loneliness. It's a universal human experience. You are not alone in feeling alone. This is something that many people struggle with. But the key is to take proactive steps towards connection. If I want to connect to people, I have to work on connecting with them. I also have to work on being connected with myself. I can't just wait for people to connect to me. It's an active process. Scout is really snoring. She isn't really letting him rip back there. Two middle-aged women who are very similar and neither of us have kids. We're also coworkers. Hey, if those types of similarities are what allow you to make more connections, we've got people here that fit that description. You want to make some more connections? Can't hear the dog snoring? I can hear the dog snoring, and she's loud. Sorry, I'll stop. Oh, see, you don't... you said the word. We don't allow apologies here. This is a no sorry zone. When you apologize, you get bonked. Got nothing to worry about. We love the discussion. You don't have to apologize for it. Just a thought. Just a thought for you. If you feel like I have to apologize for talking about myself or by sharing or connecting, maybe that's why we're having a hard time connecting with people. Maybe it's because I feel like I have to apologize for even wasting your time. You know what I mean? It's like, oh no, like people want to talk to you. They want to hear from you. They want to get to know you. They like you. Maybe it's a self-image thing. I just want to remind you that you are worthy of people's time. You are worthy of having deep connections and having friendships. I definitely need to work harder to maintain connection. It'll be a lot easier when that closet's all cleaned out, you know what I mean? Think when everything's clean, you'll have nothing but time to connect with people. Haven't seen my skate friends in over a year, and you wonder why you're depressed. Overcoming loneliness is all about making small, consistent actions. This could be reaching out, this could be joining a group, this could be deepening your existing connections. And what this is all about is about creating lasting change over time. When you meet a new person, it's not immediate. You don't want that immediate enmeshment. That feels weird. That feels forced. That feels like this is weird. This is too much too soon. So many of us operate in this paradoxical space where it's like, I want to make friends and I want to be strongly connected to people, but I want it to happen right away. But I also don't want it to happen right away because that feels like too much too soon and it kind of scares me. Take time for those connections to grow. You know, start off by just getting to know people's name, and then by getting to know what they like, and then getting to know more about them and their experiences and their views on the world. Their favorite dinosaur. Joking insults are all part of the dynamic, but I feel I took it too far and feel bad now. So then here's what you want to try instead. Instead of saying mean things about a person as a joke, Give a sarcastic compliment as a joke. Or just give more compliments in general. Loneliness. Loneliness can actually be a turning point. It can be the thing that you need to push you to seek more meaningful relationships. There's a reason why loneliness exists. There's a reason why that social pain exists. It's trying to push you. It's trying to help you become more self-aware, more connected. Because our connection is what gives us strength. If loneliness was okay for us, if it wasn't bad for us, physically, psychologically, then it wouldn't hurt. It hurts because it's trying to push you to take action. My manager hates when I compliment him. It makes him so uncomfortable. It's hilarious. Then that sounds way better than insulting somebody. That sounds like a win-win. Because that way, you know, you accomplish what you're trying to accomplish, and then you also don't feel bad about it later. You won't find yourself worrying, did I take it too far? So I want to challenge you to take the first step today. Whether it's reaching out to somebody, you know, maybe it's somebody that you talk to every once in a while, or maybe it's somebody that you used to be closer, but you kind of drifted apart. You know, reach out, see how they're doing. Say, hey, how's it going? Haven't heard from you in a while. Hope everything's going okay. I'd love to catch up. Or by engaging in a shared activity. You know, going out and doing things and where other people will be, something in the community. Or even just by simply being open to connection, just opening up to it more, recognizing that I don't need this loneliness. Remember, small changes make a big impact. And so it's these small changes that you're making right now that are going to lead you to where you want to go. We don't want our loneliness to reinforce itself and become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Is it true that a friend to all is a friend to none? I understand where they're coming from with that parable. I get it, because that's saying, you know, some people really suck, and if you're friends with somebody who really sucks, then you're doing a disservice to the people who don't suck. You know, if you're friends with somebody evil, then that makes you a bad person. I would just say, try to be friendly with everybody until they leave you no other choice. There are going to be people who leave you no other choice. All right, that's the presentation. Hopefully we're feeling a little less lonely today. If you're going to do something about it, if you want to take a step and do something about it, what are you going to do? Let me hear. What do you want to do about it? friend to all is public relations. It's a good skill practically, but not creating meaningful relationships. See, the way that I look at it is you can have both. You can have friends where you have deep, meaningful, heartfelt conversations. You can talk about anything and you feel understood. You know, you feel really seen. But then you could have friends where it's just like, hey, I'm going bowling. You want to go bowling? You know, it's okay to have both. It's okay to have acquaintances. It's okay to have friends. And it's okay to have really deep, meaningful relationships. Nothing wrong with that. We don't own, and I think that's one of the ways that we kind of set ourselves up for failure is we're like, I don't have a friend unless they're a best friend. I don't have a connection with somebody unless I can talk to them about everything. That's prohibiting you from making connection. You know, you have to have, you need to take time for things to build up to that. I went to a protest during my lunch break. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I'm supposed to go to a protest this week. I'm supposed to go on Saturday. I'm gonna try to live stream it. We're gonna try to stream from the protest. What was the protest about? At this point, when people ask me that question, I just say anything and everything. Like, what aren't we protesting at this point? It's all fucked. What am I protesting? All of it. All of it. All right, that's the presentation. Any questions? What are our thoughts? Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? It's a meaningful relationship, though, is it? Takes years and a lot of turbulence and trials to create one. That's why people have meaningful friendships from childhood or college. The rest are more shallow friendships. Just hanging out every now and then, just talking to someone is not a meaningful relationship yet, but it's how one gets started. It might not take years. Sometimes it goes quicker than that. Sometimes you find somebody and you really hit it off and you really click and you're able to open up and grow closer even quicker. Beaver? Oh my god, Beaver's here. Just who I wanted to see. Oh, there. Oh. There he is. Oh, look at him. There he is. Beaver, say hi. Beaver. Say hi. Oh, look at that handsome boy. Sometimes you'll meet people and it's felt like you've known them your whole life. Sometimes you meet people and you just click. You know? Whenever I meet a new friend, I feel like I'm meeting an old friend again. You know, maybe we were friends in a past life. Oh, hi, Beaver. Oh, he's giving kisses. Hi, sweetie. How are you doing, bubby? Look at all that orange. You want to slip? You want to sit on my desk? I'm gonna sit on my desk, bud. Here you go. Give me some space. You're gonna have to squeeze. You're a big boy now. You're a big boy now, Beaver. You're gonna have to squeeze. My handsome. Oh, hey, Bubby. You're so sweet. Beaver, you want to give them a kiss? them a kiss, Beaver? Oh, there you go. Oh, he gives you kisses. Are you going? You don't want to stay? He says he was just coming by to say hi and to give some kisses. That's it? You're not staying for a nap? You got stuff to do? He said he just wanted to drop by and say hi. Beaver, make up your mind. Are you gonna lay here or are you gonna go? He can't decide what he wants. Look at this. Look at that floof. It was a helpful presentation. I hadn't thought of the types of loneliness before. Glad you enjoyed the presentation. Loneliness sucks to talk about, right? Especially if you're feeling lonely. It's like, I don't want to remind myself of it. I don't want to, dredge up all those bad feelings. But if you want to do something about it, you have to understand it. You got to recognize it, and then you got to take small, meaningful steps to push back against it. That's how you defeat it. I don't believe in friendships, genuine ones. Why? A genuine friendship is when you call somebody and you say, hey, I need help with something, and they say, all right, I'll be there. And then you're like, yeah, I need you to help me bury this body. Did you bring a shovel? And they're like, yeah, I got you. If you want to find one, you have to recognize that they do exist. Do you think that everybody out there who has genuine, meaningful friendships is just fooling themselves? I don't think so. I don't think that everybody else is wrong. Also, just be mindful of the self-fulfilling prophecy that you're creating for yourself. Yeah, you could go your whole life believing that, and then you could, by your own perception, be correct. You're like, see, I was right the whole time. Wouldn't you rather be wrong, though? Wouldn't it actually feel better to be wrong about that? I would rather go my whole life thinking that friendship isn't real and then finding out I'm wrong and actually having that connection than go my whole life and be like, see, I was right. Sometimes it's okay to be wrong, especially when it comes to improving our quality of life. Friendships can be just as deep and meaningful as romantic relationships. Sometimes they can be even deeper. Also, a lot of times, you might have you might have much more overlap in your interests. You know, sometimes when you're in a romantic relationship, you have your own interests. Like maybe one of you likes playing computer games and the other one likes, you know, has some other type of hobby, and that's fine. But sometimes what can really allow friendships to flourish is enjoying the same hobby or interest together. It gives you something to talk about, it gives you something to get excited over. Beavis, get your foot off the keyboard. I don't need you typing. I don't need you typing. Stop refreshing my window, Beaver. Oh. Oh. Hey, buddy. Love bites? Ah, love chomps. Beaver. 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 Give him a kiss, Beaver. Beaver, give him a kiss. No? God, look at the size of him. He takes up my whole desk. But logically, I cannot see how people can be as emotional as to care for a stranger that's not part of their family or that's not a romantic acquaintance. Why not? Sometimes the amount that we care about a person is because we choose to care that much about them. The blood of the coven is thicker than the water of the womb. Also, some people have really messed up relationships with their families. I've met a lot of people who have been treated absolutely terribly by their family. And so for many people, the only deep, emotionally fulfilling connections that they have are with people outside of their family. I think family is a feeling. I think it has less to do with who you're related to and who it is you connect with. It doesn't, like, just being related to somebody or sharing, you know, a certain amount of DNA with somebody, that's secondary. Best family I've had are friends. The family that you pick is sometimes so much more fulfilling and understanding and accepting and loving than the family that you were assigned. You got to remember, there's a significance to opening up and being vulnerable and connecting to somebody that you aren't related to. You know, there's no outside obligation. You know, sometimes we maintain relationships with family, even if they treat us terribly, out of a sense of obligation. But when it's a friend, you know, someone that we want to be around, someone that we choose to be around, it can be much more meaningful. You know, the fact that I want to be here, the fact that I choose to be here, not just the fact that I have to be here. I guess the whole reason why I'm saying all this is because I want you to have that type of connection with somebody. I want you to have that level of complexity and depth in a friendship. To just feel really and truly understood. Well, what do we think about that presentation? We like that one? Well, it was pretty good. Hopefully we're feeling empowered. I wanted an empowering presentation today. Alrighty, we got some questions in the question box. So let's go ahead and get back into those. Let's go ahead and take care of those. Right. My presentations remind you of essay classes in university. I loved making I loved making PowerPoints in school. I loved making presentations. That's why I make presentations here. The fun of it, though, is that I get to make presentations on whatever the hell I want. I missed about 20 minutes because my brother called and wouldn't get off the phone. Aww, he loves you. So how do we get your brother to watch? I love that presentation. It made me think about the possibility of being open to friends in the outside world. Oh, yeah. And I think you are open to it. You just haven't really fully realized it yet. But you're getting there. You're very close. Ooh, and let me tell you, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Sometimes you don't realize just how good it'll be until you finally get there. You know, it's like the idea of feeling better sounds good, but then once you actually do start feeling better, you're like, oh my god, this is even better than I thought it would be. I was running that mental ward, lots of new friends for a week, and you have the audacity to doubt yourself. Alrighty, let's take these questions. If you have a question, feel free to drop it in the box. We're going to get back into the box. We got a few lined up, but we'll get to yours right away. I essentially got a job today. Nice. I say essentially because I was told by the owner that he has 2 interviews tomorrow, but he said I am a perfect fit and basically chooses me. So he's basically just doing those interviews just to be polite to the people who scheduled the interview, I guess. Well, that's good. I want to go out and celebrate with my boyfriend tonight at around 9 p.m. But my parents always get on me for being out, and especially more at around that time. I know they worry about me because I am a girl, but I really just want to be able to go out every now and again. I am above 20, and I just want to ask if you have any advice on how I can go about this with narcissistic and controlling parents. I think one of the ways to approach it would just be to be reassuring and be gentle in letting them know, like, hey, it's gonna be fine. I'm gonna be safe. I'll have my phone on me. I'll be just fine. You don't have to worry. You know, let them gripe. If they're gonna gripe, let them gripe. But I would just, because we don't need to turn it into a fight. We don't need to turn this into a contest. It doesn't have to be a yelling match. You know, we don't have to turn this into an argument. You're letting them know that I'm gonna go out because I'm an adult and I'm here to reassure you. Because I'm going to operate under the assumption that the only reason you're giving me a hard time is because you're worried for me. You're scared for me. So I'm going to give you reassurance. And I'm going to say, I'm going to be fine. I'll be back around this time. Sometimes that's all you can do. You know, if you're getting to the point where, like, I don't need their permission, I don't need their authorization to do what I want to do. I'm an adult. This is my life. I can make my own choices. I appreciate your concern, but I will be going out. I will, you know. Yeah, sometimes you just have to just go out. Sometimes you just have to keep going out until eventually they just get over it. It'll take time for them to get used to it. You know, they still see you as their kid. They still see you as a child. And they're worried for you. Parents would just lock me out if I came home too late. Sounds like I'm making a copy of your key then. Sounds like I'm leaving a window open for myself. Or I'm going to be really loud and really annoying until you come and open the door for me. It's like, oh, you're going to lock me out, huh? I guess you're not getting any sleep. Dun 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 dun. Congratulations on the job. Have fun going out. Have fun with your celebrations. My mom wanted me to be a sneaky kid who went out and partied like her, but I found comfort in being alone and writing on my computer. Any good fanfics? I wish my life was different. It can be. Who has the power to make that happen? It's you. It's you, Dean. You have the power. Just write new stuff. Just write new stuff. Your old stuff was amateurish anyway. I read it all. It wasn't that great. It was okay. I'm more interested in seeing what you can write nowadays. I'm just joking. Was that weird? Good. All right, next question. I've been deeply involved with my progressive church since 2022. Co-leading pride events, drag queen story time, helping with immigrant resettlement, organizing arts and crafts, facilitating with the deceased member's house, securing media coverage, and donating thousands. Despite this, people still misname me or forget me even when I wear a name tag. I also wonder if I've been subtly distanced by leadership after questioning the church's lukewarm Palestine statement. That could do it. That could be it. I think, you know, we throw around the term toxic positivity, and I think that applies to these types of situations. There's like, we're all so keen and so focused on how accepting and inclusive we are until we aren't. You know, but if you talk about it, we're going to shun you. As a neurodivergent person, I struggle to tell if this is a passive exclusion or forgetfulness. Depends on how many times it's happened. We can excuse forgetfulness a couple times, but if it happens more than a couple times, it's starting to feel like this might be on purpose. I don't want special recognition just for people to remember I exist and know my name. That's the bare minimum. You're not asking for anything special. Just the bare minimum. If nothing changes by year's end, I'll likely move to another church. I think now might be a good idea to at least start shopping around. You know, just to see what else is out there. You know, you don't have to switch yet, but I feel like, you know, if you are planning on switching, it wouldn't hurt to do a little bit of shopping around first. How do I differentiate between genuine forgetfulness and passive exclusion in a situation like this? By giving people a polite reminder. If somebody calls you the wrong name, politely correct them. Be willing to do that. How many times? How many times should a person be willing to provide a person with a polite reminder? I'm gonna go with 2. I'm gonna go with 2. Maybe 3 if you're feeling generous. See, the thing is that's up to you. The way that we differentiate is up to you. It's how you interpret it. And if I bring this up with leadership, how can I hold them accountable without sounding like I'm asking for validation or special treatment? I want to have an honest conversation, but I don't want to be dismissed as overly sensitive or imagining things. A progressive, inclusive church dismissing someone for being overly sensitive sounds kind of contradictory to me. So let's think about this for a minute. How do we want to broach this? How do we want to talk about this? Let's say that you wanted to talk to him and like, hey, there's just something I want to talk to you about, something that's been weighing on my mind. I've just been feeling, you know, a little bit forgotten. You know, I'm being misnamed even when I have a name tag on, or if, you know, people are forgetting me. What can we do to make people not forget us? Let's look at it this way. Am I being present? Am I talking to people? Am I, you know, being active and am I engaging? Or am I kind of quiet and reserved and I keep my distance? You know, if we want to be remembered, sometimes we have to make an effort to be more memorable. So, I don't know. I would just try to take a more assertive stance in reminding people of who you are before I took it personally or before I took it as this is intentional. I would rather say that this is probably ignorance and not malice. So let's assume that this is ignorance until we're able to prove that it isn't. I had to be politely corrected on someone's pronouns. What I try to do is I just try to use people's names. I don't want to mispronounce anybody. So I'm just going to use your name, just to be safe. Wish I could remember names. Me too. Which is why my favorite pronoun is, hey, you. How are you doing? So, I got 2 questions regarding relationships. The first thing would be, how can we be okay with knowing that someone who is in a relationship with us may leave us one day? Not in a life-death situation, but rather that, for example, they have other goals in life or have that tendency of being impulsive and just breaking up with us. Well, why should we be okay with that? You know, if this is somebody that we're going to dedicate our time and our emotional energy and we're going to, you know, invest in this relationship, but this is the type of person who, you know, might just walk up and leave us on a whim, then maybe we need to reassess things. But I don't know if it's something that we should just be okay with. That sucks. Like why build a house if you just know that it's just gonna burn down in the future? You know, if it's just gonna get bulldozed. This is just gonna leave you with like a persistent worry of like, well, is today gonna be the day? Is today gonna be the day that it happens? It's like, and you know this how? Good question. How do we know this? Is this what we're just assuming, or is this a pattern for them? Is this something that they've done to other people? Hi, Atticus. Atticus, can you not push my green screen aside? Atticus says he's ready for dinner. Right on the dot. 5 o'clock. Right on the dot. He's here. He's hungry. You just fed him? And he's over here trying to get me to get up and feed him? Oh, nice try, Atticus. Nice try, Atticus. He thinks he's so smart. There was one time where he got fed twice. He went up to me, and he went up to Casey, and he got food, and then he went up to the other one, and he got fed twice. Ever since then, he's like, I'm gonna keep trying. So he got fed already, and now he's gonna come ask me for food too. Nice try. As soon as I was onto him, he left. As soon as I was onto him, he got out of here. For example, they have other goals in life, or they have the tendency of being impulsive and just breaking up with us some random Tuesday because they did not verbalize their concerns or have an avoidant attachment style that makes them do that. I was the one with the gamer dude who was annoyed that I misclicked some button on my controller. FYI, he doesn't do that much anymore. So far we've been way more close. He's been way more close to me lately. For example, making sure he would pick me up on time from the hairdresser by setting a timer to come. Even when I thought he would never do that. I felt like I was treated like a princess these last 2 weeks. Anyways. I'm someone who truly deeply connects with people I truly love, but can get hurt so badly when I have to leave a friendship or relationship to the point that I developed depression for a friendship once, or night terrors with the previous history breakups I've had with my BF. Because yes, it's the same dude we were talking about who's with me now again. May sound controversial, but I make sure to put boundaries when needed. You know, if you have a hard time with instability in a relationship, like the insecurity or, you know, just the risk of things abruptly or randomly changing, maybe it's, you know, is that something we want to work on? Is that something we want to, you know, or is this not a good fit? It's just something to think about. You know, is this something that I want to try to overcome and try to challenge within myself? Or is the uncertainty just not gonna be conducive to a healthy, long-lasting relationships? Usually those breakups were due to certain unaddressed issues within the relationship that were hard to address because of poor communication, despite me trying to make things work out. Well, do we want to try to make this one work? Because it's gonna take some work if we're gonna keep this one running. If we're gonna keep this one going, it's gonna take some real work. I guess just try to enjoy what it is when you have it. You know, things could change. For my second question, I wanted to ask about how to own your perspective because yes, people will judge. I have a very complicated dynamic with my parents who don't approve of him, and I personally do not connect with them emotionally due to past issues with them, so they know very little about my private life. My second question was regarding, is it possible for two people with different ways to connect to actually work things out in a relationship? Is it possible? Yes, anything is possible. Will it be difficult? Will it be challenging? Probably. I've been hammered in my mind that him and I could never be a thing because he has a different lifestyle to mine. He likes video games and is chill, while I would be more hardworking, but I enjoy lots of what he does and who he is as a person. I accept him for who he is. Of course, I don't condone abuse, but he fills my life with laughter and joy. I'm also an anxiously attached person. He is more avoidant. I heard that emotions can be processed differently, so I don't know. I think that, you know, coming from a place of understanding what attachment styles are, this is something to be really mindful of. If you're an anxiously attached person, is an avoidant attachment style gonna be a good fit? I don't think so. I feel like that's just gonna drive your anxiety through the roof. That inconsistency. So long as you are both willing to work on your attachment and develop a more secure attachment style, because that's what it's all about. The whole point in learning what your attachment style is so that you can improve it. You know, you want a more secure attachment style. Your attachment style is not the same thing as your hair color or your eye color. You know, it's not just an aspect of who you are, it's something that you can change about yourself. So as long as both of you are willing to work on developing more secure attachment with one another, then it could work. But if only one of you is interested in doing that, then it's going to be much more difficult to make things last. My relationship of about 1 year ended a couple weeks ago. It was our second breakup. The first one lasted about a week before I reached back out to him, when I had initially asked for 6 months of no contact. This time I didn't explicitly mention a no contact period. He texted me last week on what would have been our first anniversary to say he was feeling sad and thinking about it that day. I haven't responded yet and hesitate to do so. Do you think I should clarify a no contact period or just ignore his message and move on? What would the point of the no contact period be? Is the point of the no contact period just so that we can resume contact when it's over? Or like, do you have any interest in resuming contact with this person? It might not necessarily be, you know, it might not be necessary to say, you know, there is a no contact period in place. Do not contact me for 6 months. It might not be necessary to do that. It might be, you know, if you want to do it, you could probably approach it more softly, just to, you know, like, hey, I got your message. Hope things are going well. Still not really ready to start talking again, but I hope you're doing well. You know, just leave it at that. I just feel like if there's a person that you're in a relationship with and you have to specifically clarify a no contact period, it's like, I don't know. I don't know if that's a relationship that you really want to, like, I could see doing this to like a family member. You've got like a family member or somebody, or it's like, you know, I need some time to cool off. For like a romantic relationship, I don't know. I don't know. It might be for the best to just move on. You know, 6 months no contact, that's a long time, especially when it's, you know, two single people who used to date. You know? Like, do you see yourself contacting this person again? Do you see there being some sort of relationship again down the line? You know? You know, you gotta think, like, why is it that I need 6 months of no contact? What is it about the relationship that led me to make that decision? 6 months no contact, that's a long time. You know, 6 months no contact. You just gotta think, you know, why did I need to do that in the first place? Oh no, you're good. Hey, Justin, thank you for gifting that sub. You're good. Also, no apologies. Like, I understand taking a cooling off period, especially in like a relationship. But 6 months just feels a little long to me, personally. So it's like so much can happen in 6 months. You could be a totally different person 6 months from now. I was trying to wait and somehow clicked it. Thank you for gifting the sub. No problem. You're totally fine. I don't mind it at all. I stopped having friends after college. We all lost touch. We weren't that close anyway. It feels so hard to make friends after starting a job. It's always been very hard for me to make friends. Both high school and college, I only started making any friends after 2 years. It's pretty consistent. Any new place I go, I can expect 2 years of absolute loneliness. It doesn't help that I keep moving around every 2 years. I think I've put an idea in my head that there might be something wrong with me. Something about the way people look at me makes me think I'm being inconvenient by talking to them. I think you're onto something here. I think you need to look at your own perspective on things and these patterns that you are envisioning. You know, because you're kind of creating this self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like anytime I go somewhere new, I can expect at least 2 years of suffering. It's like, why? Why does that pattern have to exist? What about the way that we are carrying ourselves or interacting with people might be contributing to that loneliness? This is one of those cases where it's like you want to be mindful of how you are approaching people. You know, are you approaching people in a pleasant way? Are you being polite and courteous and smiling? Or do you kind of maybe seem more glum and maybe people feel a little bit unsure of how to interact with you? Are we being friendly? Just be friendly to people. Just be, you know, polite, courteous. Don't push too hard, you know? Allow relationships to grow. Start off by just learning people's names, making acquaintances with people. And then once you get to know each other a little bit, and you've had a couple talks, you know, maybe just a little small talk here and there. Like, hey, it's been nice hanging out with you. Do you want to do something sometime? What are our hobbies? What are our interests? Could we join a club? Could we volunteer? Could we join an online community? You know, we've got all sorts of options. There's so many people out there, and there are so many of them who would like to be your friend. But they can't until they get to know you. They got to know that you exist. You got to meet them first. I think you captured a lot of what we talked about in the presentation today, where we talked about those negative thought patterns that we get kind of caught in that end up reinforcing our loneliness. Let me pull that back up real quick. These self-fulfilling prophecies and these negative thought loops. Especially like looking at it as like, I'm going to be miserable for at least 2 years before I'm able to open up with somebody. Why? What can we change to make that not happen? You know, this isn't destined to happen. It's not written into stone. Life is much more flexible and organic than that. We've got room to bend. Rejection sensitivity is normal if you grew up ADHD like me. Rejection sucks. It doesn't feel good. It's not supposed to feel good. But you know, how do you cope with it? Well, that's their loss. They don't know what they're missing out on. If people reject you, that's their problem. They're the ones missing out. It's just important to be very aware, very mindful of how our loneliness feeds into itself, and it affects our behavior, it affects the look we have on our face, it affects how we interact with people. And we want to make sure that we're not actually pushing people away through our pessimism. So if that's going on, we really need to be aware of that so that we can do something about it. One more thing, just ask more questions. In social situations, just ask more questions. Just show interest in people. Don't feel the need to talk about yourself. Just be like, hey, that's cool. You know, what happened next? Like, oh, that sounds fun. What made you decide to do that? Just show curiosity. So, next week I'm going to have my first couples therapy session with my BF, and I'm kind of nervous. Even though he was okay with it, I just can't stop crying to the possibility that things could go wrong. Even if he did put lots of effort in the relationship so far, and yes, we've got differences and stuff, but because of the past history of him being a classic avoidant person and leaving out of the blue, meaning breaking up because he couldn't deal or share emotional stuff with me, it's just hard to imagine or believe that things could get better. How can I make sure that, well, I'm not optimistic? Well, I'm not optimistic, but not pessimistic. Look at it this way. If you're gonna fix the issues in this relationship, couples therapy is a great way to try to do that. And so right now, you are doing what you should do to try to make it work. But if he's unwilling to do what he needs to do to make it work, well then, now you know. So there is an opportunity here. Things could work. Things could get better. Which option are we hoping for? Are we hoping that things get better, or are we hoping that things end? Right now, the potential for both exists. It hasn't been determined yet. But you're giving it a try. You're going to see where it goes. You're going to see how it feels. Hopefully it helps. Worry about that when you get there. Try your best to be optimistic until you're being realistic. You know, it could work, it could not work, but there's only one way to find out, and that's why we're going. This could be a good start. This is true. Yeah, you're taking a chance, you're giving it an opportunity, you know, you're trying the work. That's all you can do. Just give it a good, honest try. recently and abruptly broke up with my girlfriend of a year plus months over the reason that I felt I needed to work on my self-confidence. A lot of people breaking up right now. I had the same exact question, but from the opposite perspective. I had somebody write in just the other day. I was abruptly broken up with by somebody who said that they needed to work on themselves. They used to say relationship spring cleaning happens in March. I think you're right. I think you're onto something. Breaking up with people in the winter, it might be awkward. It might be uncomfortable. Some people ride it out until it gets a little bit warmer. Why can't we work on our self-confidence in the relationship, I guess, is what I'm wondering. It's like, is this person making you feel unconfident? Or, you know, what? Part of being in a relationship is recognizing that there are things about you that you need to work on, and then working on them, and then helping the other person work on what they need to work on too. What relationships are all about. Healthy communication, encouraging each other to grow. We were on good terms, and we even kept minimal contact just to make it easier to ease off of each other. After 3 weeks, I visited her to entertain the idea of maybe getting back with her. We ended up having sex, and afterwards she let me know that she had sex with someone else during those 3 weeks too. She admitted it was a mistake and showed messages that the other dude regretted it too. Everything is broken off between them completely, but I can't help but feel grossed out about her and betrayed. You weren't together. You didn't do anything wrong. You were broken up. You weren't betrayed. There was no betrayal here. I would not do that to a guy I love. I mean, would you abruptly break up with somebody because you need to work on your confidence if you loved them? You were broken up. What happens when you're broken up is your own business. This ties into this like weird obsession that people have with like sexual purity. It's like, oh, you had sex with somebody before you met me? That's gross. This fetishization of like virgins and stuff. It's kind of weird. Morally, it is wrong, but technically it is normal. Okay. Morals are subjective. You and I can subscribe to a different set of morals, and one person can think something's right, the other person can think something is wrong. I just don't see how it's morally wrong for somebody to have sex with somebody that isn't you. You don't own them. They aren't your property. Can you help me feel better about the idea of getting back with her, as she has offered to help me get through this act? I believe her earnest intentions, I just need help getting past it. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, when somebody breaks up with you, they are under no obligation to take a vow of celibacy. What they choose to do with their own body is their choice. And so if you can't handle that, if you can't deal with that, then you need to work on yourself. She didn't do anything wrong. She doesn't owe you an apology. I feel like she should not have had to apologize. I don't think she should have to either. It's not just about you, getting over it. It's about you recognizing that it's like, why does this matter? This wasn't a betrayal. Like, you were broken up. You were the one who broke up with her, by the way. How about helping her get past the fact that you will just abruptly break up with her because you're not feeling good about yourself? Also, I want to remind you that that self-confidence issue is what ties into this. The reason why you're feeling so bothered by this is because of that issue with self-confidence. Seems very cop-out because it's not like they were over emotionally if there was still contact. If you didn't want her to have sex with somebody else, you shouldn't have broke up with her. You were not together at that point in time. I don't care if you had minimal contact. You weren't together. You were under no obligation to remain sexually pure during this time. I just think that the self-confidence issues and your issues with this are related. It makes you feel less confident knowing that she was with somebody else. So think about why that is. Think about why it's so important that somebody remains true to you even after you break up with them. If you break up with somebody, they get to do whatever the fuck they want to do. That's just the way it is. Focus on, you know what? Maybe before you even consider getting back together or getting past this, you need to work on your self-confidence some more. Because this is just going to lead you to a road of insecurity and suspicion, and you don't own this person. She's able to make her own decisions. She's able to do what she wants with her body when she's not obligated to anybody else. So I think we need to do some introspection and ask ourselves, why does this bother me so much? Yeah, it's important to understand that when you break up with somebody, you are setting them free. They are free now. They can do what they want. And if you have a problem with that, then you have a problem with them having freedom. If you really want to think about it, I think that there's some jealousy here that's tied into those self-confidence issues. You know, I feel insecure because I can't engage with this person or have sex with this person without thinking about them having sex with somebody else. That's on you. That's something that you need to work on within yourself. My husband projects his insecurities on me. He doesn't have a steady job. He talks to me like I'm supposed to be the provider and secure him. He also blames his failures on me. What is his problem? He's a baby. That's his problem. What is his problem? Well, let's think about it. Could be a few things going on under the hood here. So he's very insecure, doesn't have a job, he's not able to provide for you, he's not able to make things more secure. And he also blames it on... So he wants you to take care of him, but he also wants to blame you for all of the problems. You aren't his wife, you are his mother. This guy might have issues with how he is supposed to treat women. This isn't fair. This is manipulative. This is abusive. He needs to have some accountability. So ultimately, yeah, that's what his problem is. He has a hard time accepting accountability. He needs to work on it. He needs to work on it because this isn't sustainable. Just being honest, this isn't sustainable. Like, how long do you want to deal? Like, how long do you want to put up with this kind of treatment? Also, it's not just going to spontaneously get better. This is something that if you want it to get better, you have to work on it. He has to recognize what he's doing. He has to own up to it. He has to make an effort to change his behaviors. And if he's not willing to do all of those things, then is this going to work? This is insecurity. This is immaturity. This is, you know, entitlement. That's not what you signed up for. You know, partnerships are meant to be reciprocal. We're meant to support each other. It's not meant to just be one way. It's one thing to struggle and be insecure, but another to put those things around you. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's an absolutely unfair way to handle your own insecurities. To make somebody else feel worse about who they are because you feel bad about who you are. It is a fundamentally shitty thing to do. I don't know. I would just take a long, hard look at the nature of this relationship and just figure out what needs to change. Because this doesn't sound sustainable. It sounds like something's got to give. Good afternoon. May I ask you how you feel on the ethics of hunting monsters to secure new land? That land belongs to the monsters and hunting them is wrong. We're hunting them for their hides and their pelts and their bones and their scales and their meat. Those monsters just want to be free. Are you able to play Monster Hunter on the side of the monsters? If not, I have no interest in playing. Also, who decided that they're monsters? You know, maybe they're just large creatures. Why do we have to label them as monsters? What did they ever do wrong? Aren't they just trying to exist? Also, the shameless trophy hunting of apex predators does such large amounts of harm to an ecosystem. You know, your land's going to be overrun with, you know, vermin and, you know, other creatures because there is no apex predator helping to curb their populations. Now I feel bad for playing Monster Hunter 1. It's just my power of reframing. I am boycotting Monster Hunter Wilds because I support monsters' rights. Monsters are friends, not food. Reminds me of the Pokemon game where there's a faction against the enslavement of Pokemon, but they're the bad guys. Oh yeah, isn't that funny? It's like, wait a second, they're right. They're like, no, Pokemon like living inside of a ball. They like fighting for your amusement. They like it. That's. I was obsessed with Palworld. No one else liked it. Shut up. That game had millions of players when it came out. It was very popular. What are you talking about? Everybody was playing that game for a week. Palworld's still a thing? Yes. It was the open world survival crafting Pokemon game we all wanted, but it was still a buggy mess, but it was fun while it lasted. Everyone else got their undies in a bunch about it being AI. Is that why it had an all-time peak of 2,100,000 players? Is that why it still has 21,000 active players right now? With 43,000 on a 24-hour peak? There's still about 50,000 people playing this game a day? Game 8? See, I told you, this game was incredibly popular. A lot of people accused it of being AI, which it wasn't, actually. That was just a false That was a rumor. This is great news. Yeah, get back into it once you secure that new job. We've got bigger fish to fry. Yeah, Nintendo or Game Freak or whoever, they finally sued the creators of Palworld over something completely trivial, by the way. It took them months to cook up a lawsuit, and then it ended up being nothing substantial. There's an adventure awaiting you inside of your closet. You know, those other 2/3 of the closet that needs cleaned. Just think about how much of an adventure that would be. Just imagine your pixels. Imagine that you're a little pixel character and you're cleaning your closet. It's like a video game. Pretend you're playing the cleaning out your closet video game. Gamify it. Even if you want to stay at this job, even if it is able to work out, you should still be looking, you should still be applying, you should still be refining the resume. We can find ourselves comfortable in the most awful situations. And sometimes we avoid looking elsewhere for new opportunities because, well, maybe I could make this work. What if it sucks? What if it's causing you an undue amount of stress? What if there's so many better opportunities out there? Now you're gonna gaslight yourself. That's forbidden. You're not allowed to do that anymore. I applied to work for the DSA. I'm not technically qualified, but I know a man with less qualifications than me would feel fine applying, so I did. Oh yeah, apply for jobs even if you're not qualified for those jobs. You might get hired on vibes alone. You'd be surprised just how far you can get on vibes. Having good vibes can get you pretty far in life. Hard to feel confident when your work bosses are saying you are slow. What the fuck do they even do there? Do they even do anything? Like, how the fuck are you gonna call me slow? Like, what do you do here? Everyone here does a lot because we're a bare bones team. Everyone's feeling a lot of pressure. So they got time to write you up over some nonsense. "99 times out of 100, whenever people at a job want you to work harder, work faster, it's so that they can avoid having to do more work." They're trying to trick you into doing it. You know, maybe working somewhere that isn't so high pressure, high demand, but also so thankless would be a better fit. Because, like, we can handle high stress, we can handle a high workload, but if it's a thankless job, that's not gonna mesh. You know, I can sacrifice in one of those 3 areas, but I can't exist with all of that going on. Like, I can handle the work, I can handle the pace, but if I don't have the support, if I don't feel like people have my back, if I feel like people don't want to see me succeed, things are changing here a lot. We are about to expand. Also, you write the checks, so I mean, you have a tremendous amount of leverage there. Like, what are they gonna do? Cut their own checks? Not gonna happen. You're essential. They want you to bust your ass, but they don't even want to give you any motivation or any encouragement or any recognition or praise whenever you do. If anything, they want to make you feel bad for not doing it fast enough. It's almost starting to sound like we're in an abusive relationship with our employer. You know, if you were in a relationship with somebody and it was never good enough for them, you know, no matter how hard you tried, no matter how hard you worked, there was always just, you're always just met with criticism and judgment and blame, and, you know, you were always made to feel like you were the problem. Like, that sounds like an abusive relationship. Rough. Mm-hmm. Ooh, Telematicus, he's barking. Basically raised my older brother because of weaponized incompetence and just the patriarchal nature of women being conditioned to cook and clean early. I don't know who needs to tell these men. Actually, I know who needs to tell these men. It should be me. I get it. It should be me. It's my responsibility. Cooking and cleaning is for anybody. How about I phrase it this way? Men, it's not very masculine of you to leave a task up for a woman to do. Are you saying you're not man enough? Are you saying you aren't incapable? That doesn't sound like the man I know. A real man knows how to cook. A real man knows how to clean. A real man doesn't leave work unfinished and then wait for a woman to come in and save him. If you like having food, you should like cooking. If you like having clean things, clean clothes, clean dishes, a clean house, you should like cleaning. If you like having stuff, you should like the work that it takes to acquire that stuff. Otherwise, it's just being demanding and it's being entitled. And that's not cool. My husband is learning to do his own laundry now because I told him he has to carry it to the basement if he wants me to do it. That's fair. He hasn't taken it down for 2 weeks and has no clothes. That sounds like a him problem. There's an easy solution to that. All he has to do is carry it downstairs. Sometimes you need to let people experience the natural consequences that come from their decisions. Like, why would a man ever turn down the opportunity to do laundry? I don't understand. I thought men were supposed to love working with heavy machinery. That's exactly what I told him. He said he's going to do it all himself now because he is tired of smelling bad. Just be very excited for him. Be like, oh, baby, I'm so proud of you. You did such a good job. These all came out so good. That's the secret in dealing with men. You want them to do something? Put them in a situation where they have to do it. And then cheer them on. And then once they do it, give them a little pat on the head. I cannot tell you just how badly men want to be patted on the head and told that they're doing a good job and that you're proud of them. Also, if you're a single man and you don't cook for yourself and you don't do your own laundry, it's like, what the fuck makes you think that any woman is going to want to get into a relationship with you? They're looking for a partner. They're not looking to adopt a grown child. They're not looking to just take on all of that burden of taking care of you. And then people wonder why they're single. And then people wonder why young men are moving over to the right. Like, well, the people on the right are telling me that somebody should cook and clean for me, and that it's not my job to do that. And also, all of my problems are because of women. Like, how convenient. If you like having clean clothes, you should like washing your clothes. Full stop. My mom always describes my dad as the third child. Yeah, and he also kind of set the example for your brother. I can't wait to take a crack at your brother. I would love to help him. I'm finding a passion in helping men. I'm learning to be more patient. I'm learning to be less critical. You know, I want to help them. I can be a little harsh when it comes to my critiques of men. Fair, fair. You've been hanging around the gays and girls too long, Joshua. That's what makes me cool. If I just hung around a bunch of dudes all the time, I would just be saying bruh and giving ball taps. It's no fun. My dad is literally seeing his past self in his son. He knows he gets it from him and he just wants to change. Good news, Dad. It's not too late to change. You want me to help him too? I would love that. I would love that. When can I come over? My dad has grown up significantly in the last 5 years. He finally learned to adult. When was the last time you gave him a ball tap? Something that you might forget, but if you live in a space with other men, sometimes you have to put them in line and remind them of the pecking order by giving them a little one of these. You know, not hard, just a little love tap, just right in the nuts. Okay, good game, Tiger. Or hard if you want. Not hard. Not hard, because then they're going to accuse you of being abusive, and then they're just going to join an alt-right hate group. Just enough to make them feel it, but not enough to make them feel like, you know, they're being mistreated. Fascinating culture. I know. You know, when you spend a lot of time studying straight men, you learn how they communicate. How do I even explain to him that he wants a mommy instead of a wife if he's just going to start an argument instead of understanding? By spelling it out very clearly, that if we're not able to communicate about this, and we're not able to make some changes, then this isn't going to work. If he wants to start an argument, that's your choice to participate in the argument. You know, if he wants to start yelling, if he wants to get agitated, if he wants to start pointing fingers and turn this into a fight, you don't have to participate in that. You can just remind him like, hey, let me know when you're calmed down, and then we can talk about this like adults. I'm going to give you some space. Let me know when you're ready to talk. The way to talk about this is to...
Hey!
Shut up, Atticus. Who are you barking at? You barking at me? If things are going to get better, then he has to recognize that changes need to be made. If he's just going to project all of the blame onto you, then I don't know if it will work. That really sucks, and that's frustrating. Because you want to make it work. You vowed each other, you vowed to, make this relationship last. But if it's gonna last, he has to keep up his end of the bargain, right? Bring it back to how you feel. Instead of saying, you're doing this, you're doing that, this is who you are, you need to say, I feel. How does it make you feel when you do this? So if we're talking about, projecting his insecurities, blaming failures on me, like, I feel. How does it make you feel when this happens? Does it make you feel insecure? Does it make you feel frustrated? Does it make you feel sad? Does it make you feel, how does it make you feel? You are communicating how it makes you feel when this happens. And if he's not willing to own up to that and accept it, but he instead wants to put it onto you and make it your fault and your problem, then I don't know. He has to want to make it work. And sometimes there's just no amount of explaining or rationalizing you can do to somebody if they're just not willing to do the work they need to do. All you can do is try. But if you're with somebody who always wants to turn it into an argument, don't argue with them. Don't give them what they're looking for. An argument is a multiplayer game. Don't play. When they go loud, you go lower. You go, hey, it seems like you're getting pretty upset by this. Do you need some time to cool off so that we can talk? I'm going to go ahead and give you some space. I'm not here to have an argument with you. I'm here to discuss some things that are important to me. Let me know when you're ready to talk. I think if a lot of these dudes unlearned their deep-seated capitalist shame, they'd be able to look in the mirror and accept their insecurities and take responsibility. Oh my god, you're right. We're gonna have a new presentation soon about more ways that capitalism affects your mental health, so you'll have that to look forward to. We talked about how capitalism is a driving cause for ADHD, but I want to take a look at a lot of the other things that it causes. This is also tied to it. Capitalism is so evil, I know, right? It's the point and purpose of it. It's about power and control and dominance. And that's a kind of shitty way to run the world. Just my opinion, though. Money should not be the point of humanity. Exactly. You can't take any of that with you. Like, all of this, you can't take any of this with you. Alrighty, everybody. I think that's gonna be it for today. That's gonna be it for today, everybody. We'll be back again tomorrow. A new hot, fresh heaping of Brain Domain. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the new follows. Thank you for everybody who subscribed. Last minute chance to subscribe if you haven't yet. You know. It's the support of the people that watch and subscribe and chat. That's what keeps the stream going. I didn't shill enough today. Remind me to shill more tomorrow. Remind me to shill harder tomorrow. Don't let me forget. Also, bring your men to the stream. I'll fix them for you. I'll have them cooking and cleaning in no time. You'll be wondering what happened. All right, everybody. Have a great night. We'll see you all next time. Take good care of yourselves. Until then, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.